Few more slides on that, and then we'll be moving to a slightly different topic.
Okay.
All right, maybe. So this is where we ended yesterday. I'll be moving on to the next slide. This is just to orient you to where we are in the house, and then this is slide 34, LS1, that dining room wall. Now we're moving forward. Can you tell us what, if anything, you looked at as far as this switch goes when it comes to blood and stain pattern analysis?
Yes, again, this is a paddle type light switch in the dining room. It's on that east wall right next to the sliding Arcadia door. And in that lower right corner, there appears to be a drip pattern, and then also along the bottom on the left side, there appears to be that same drip pattern that, in my estimation, I characterized as diluted blood that was deposited kind of at an acute angle on that light switch from something that had blood and water mixed above that.
Now moving to PMR, one photo on the left with the placard, and then the photo on the right, kind of closer, but can't see the placard. Can you tell us anything about this from your analysis?
In these photos, yeah, this is PMR. This is the left arm and that left side of the couch that would be facing that dining room. Primarily what we're looking at is the bottom front of that, and we've already seen some photographs with that piece of fabric that had been removed or cut out of there, but this was prior to the fabric removal. And you can see, especially on the picture on the right, you can see what appears to be a blood stain. No identifiable margins necessarily, so I would classify that or qualify that as an object that had blood on it that was in contact with that couch at that particular spot.
And now we're kind of moving on, but this is a little bit out of order, but I'm going to show it now so we can orient ourselves. What are we looking at here when it comes to these circles?
So in this photograph, marked 652, this is the back of that couch. So again, we're looking into the living room. The fabric, that velour type fabric on the couch, made it really difficult to see any sort of staining on the back, but they were marked from our crime scene specialists in 4 different spots. Those circular shapes depicted where there appeared to be some blood staining. Again, kind of a contact pattern, something that had blood on it that had deposited on the couch.
And we heard already about cuttings from the couch from Miss Bree Davis, but can you see it in this? Are there labels 1, 2, 3, and 4 for these circles?
Yes, there are.
Kind of small in this point of view. Now, I'm going to go through a little bit closer here. We see, is that same, what is that?
That, again, that's number 1, and 653, that's the top left most stain that was in that prior picture. It's marked as number 1, and that's the circle near the top of the couch on the back.
And the next slide here, what's that?
And this is a photograph showing 2 and 3. This is 654. And again, 2 is in the center of the photograph. It's that oval, kind of top to bottom oval. There is a reddish-brown discoloration stain inside there. Number 3 is sort of an amoeba-looking circle, but it has a couple of different spots that appear to be, again, some sort of object that had blood on it that transferred onto the couch.
I'll go to 3 there that you just described. This is the next slide.
Yes, this is just a photo of number 3 in the center, showing, again, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a couple of different what appear to be swipe or transfer patterns on this in that circle.
And as we move through these, after this set of photos, we're going to get to the blue star photos. Are you able to, in the blue star, maybe see a little bit more of the pattern on the back of this couch?
Yes.
And now we have number 4.
And this is a photograph. This is 656. This is number 4. This would be on that, from the first photograph, it's on the far right side. Again, it's up near the top. This is this horizontal oval shape, and inside there is this reddish-brown stain that we believe was blood.
And I'm going to ask you a couple questions. We heard about this already a little bit about this blue star chemical, but can you tell the jury again, what is that? What am I referring to?
So Blue Star is a blood detection reagent. So it's a chemical, you mix it with water, and then when it is sprayed onto a stain, particularly a blood stain, it will luminesce a bright blue.
And what day did you got? Well, here, I'll go to the next slide. This placard. What day did you guys do the Blue Star around the house?
So we did the Blue Star on Friday night, about 8 p.m., so that would have been February 20th.
And we have here photographed by D. Jacobs. Is that one of the crime scene specialists that was there?
Yes, it is.
What was your personal role in the Blue Star?
There were several detectives there. My personal role was just observe and let's see what comes up from it. So there were several detectives there, just to document, if we could, what had happened there, but to, again, is kind of see that reaction.
Okay. So going from here, this Blue Star, we're going to see what it looks like, but you essentially spray it onto, not necessarily where there is blood, but just somewhere in the house, and if it reacts, might there be blood there?
Yes, the benefit of using the Blue Star is it will react to patent blood or blood that is visible, but it'll also react to latent blood or something that may have been already cleaned up. So in case where you don't see blood on an object, but you think maybe blood had been there, in theory, the Blue Star should react and you should see that stain.
And is it fair to say that the Blue Star chemical may also have a reaction to cleaning agents?
Yes, actually, per their website, they do say that the false positive or a reaction to bleach, copper, or a couple of different things. The reaction should be lighter or less intense if it's bleach or something else, and it shouldn't last as long as if it were reacting to blood.
And now we're just going to get into some of the pictures. Oh, I think I lost my mouse here. That might give us an understanding of what we're looking at. There we go. Maybe that'll work. So again, we have the placards kind of designating the area of the home that we're about to be looking at.
Yes.
We've heard about those a lot from the crime scene specialists already, but just another reminder. Why does it say test?
So in this particular case, I particularly, and most of us, had never used this Blue Star. We were at the third day of processing the scene, and the thought that there might be latent blood that we haven't located was on our minds, and we said, well, it's Blue Star needs low light conditions in order to see that luminescence. So this was just a decision that was made to say we'll use it this night. This would be our probably last night that we're gonna be in the scene. But because we had never seen, I had never seen it react, what I wanted to do is I suggested that we try to do a test on a known sample of blood to see what the reaction was. In this particular slide, which it says Blue Star Test Master Bathroom, it did not appear that anything had happened inside that master bathroom and particularly on the floor. So we thought that would be a good spot actually to place a known sample of blood and to spray it with the Blue Star and see the reaction.
And so now going to the next slide, what is this?
So this, in this 617 is a photograph of that bathroom, primarily the toilet, and between the toilet and the shower, and you see kind of in the center a little bit down, there looks like a small reddish spot. That was a sample of blood that was actually one of our phlebotomists collected it from me, and then we swabbed it on the floor so we could determine what would we look at if we sprayed that with Blue Star, what the reaction would be.
And then going to the next slide, what is this?
So in this 618, this is that same spot and that same area. Now you can see where the blood is on the floor, you can see it luminesce with that bright blue.
And again, you mentioned this, but as you're doing the Blue Star, you said it's important to have kind of darkness in the house.
Yes, it luminesces and it's best viewed if it's dark, not 100% dark, but certainly very, very low light, as you can see the reaction to it.
Now going to the next slide. Some of these are harder and harder to see. I don't know if you can read that very well since it was a picture at night, but this is a placard, and if I go to the next one, what area of the house is this?
Okay, so in 620 here, this is that area of the pool deck. Between the pool and on the far left side, off camera would be the house, and that Arcadia door would be there. So this is that area between the house and the pool.
Judge, if it's all right, could we just lower the lights a little bit? Some of the next handful of slides are pretty dark.
Yes, we will do so.
And so this obviously has like a flashlight or something on the pool decking?
Yes, we're using a light source at this point.
Okay, and now if I go to the next slide, what do we see here?
So this is a photograph at 621 of roughly that same area. The pool, you can see the water, you can actually see the chlorinator floating in the water. And that area has been sprayed with that Blue Star chemical, and this is the result that we got. This is that blue luminescence that we had seen earlier.
And then going to the next slide, what is this?
So this is, this photograph, it depicts looking west from the edge of the pool. So this is the stairs, and this is that spot where that tile was broken off of that we had talked about earlier. The piece of tile was broken. Those are the stairs where the earring and that piece of rug, that remnant, was found. And so we had tested this already, and we wanted to see if it would react. And this is the result that we got. This is another photo. It's just
Go ahead.
This is with all the lights off, and then you can see that luminescence of the blue.
And so this again is that same area of the pool we were just looking at here, but now when you actually turn off any exterior light sources, this is the luminescence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Going to the next slide, a new placard, Arcadia door, patio.
Yes, this is a placard for the Arcadia door from the outside.
Okay. Next slide, what is this?
And this is 625, shows that exterior patio just outside that Arcadia door. Again, you actually even see, I believe it's crime scene specialist, our carpenter, is the one that's applying the Blue Star reagent, and then you can see the luminescence on the ground, on the floor outside the door.
So at this point, that sprayer you talked about, isn't in this picture?
Yes, in that upper left corner. And that's ideally, what we'll say is we used like a garden sprayer, like a weed sprayer that you would use. Ideally, you'd rather have something a little bit more misting that would give a pattern. So when you see some of the spots, what that is that's the reagent being sprayed out in spots rather than in a fine mist. So I would assume that you would have more blue in between those spots if we used a better sprayer.
Next slide.
So
What
this
is that?
This is a placard of the hallway, the pillar in the hallway, so this will be facing the door, I believe.
If I go to the next slide here, are you able to make out where we are in the house?
Yes. So in this photo in 627, we're inside the living room, right about where the couch is, and we're looking toward the dining room, and then on the left side of the photograph is that hallway where Allison was found. And so this is the pillar, and this is that sunken area of the living room that we're seeing, and you can see again the luminescence from there.
And you had mentioned because of the way that the sprayer applied this chemical, there might be places where it appears dotted or more blotched that are perhaps more indicative of the way that it was being sprayed as opposed to what the stain underneath was? Or am I getting that?
That would be my impression, because when we sprayed it, per the Blue Star website, they recommend using a hand sprayer at a very fine mist and photographing and filming it at that point. So we didn't have a spray bottle, but we did have this again, yard sprayer. But unfortunately, the settings just weren't as fine as what I would have liked to take some of these photos. So I believe that's what the clumping kind of look is from the application of the Blue Star material rather than the stain underneath.
But to make sure that we understand, the Blue Star chemical, when it's applied, in order to get this bright luminescent color that we're seeing, it's reacting to something that's there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, you can't say sitting here whether that something is blood or bleach or another cleaning agent type chemical, but it's consistent with one of those things at least being present to get any reaction. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in the locations that you saw Blue Star reactions, were these consistent with where you could at least see some otherwise visible to the naked eye blood?
Yes, some of the brighter luminescence in some of the Blue Star photographs, there was latent blood or visible blood in that same spot. So it would tend us to believe that it's reacting to blood rather than to bleach or any other false positive.
And now I'm just going to orient you here with this G pillar we already saw, this next slide, but then because some of these are dark and hard to see, I wanted to show you the G pillar and that. So I'm flipping back and forth, and now I'm going to the next slide. What is this a point of view of?
So in 628 here, that's a good reference to what I was just speaking of, where you could see that photo marker G, you could see that blood drip on the pillar, and it's depicted in this photograph. Again, you also get to see that application that it's dots, even though in the photograph it was a solid drip down the wall, and the same thing on the floor immediately in front of it, that there was visible blood, a large quantity of visible blood there, and now you see the luminescence after the Blue Star was applied.
And I know we just looked at G, so this might be obvious, but what's our point of view in this photo, just because it's otherwise so dark?
So in this photograph, we're standing in the dining room near where the table is, and we're looking towards the front. That yellow rectangle is that window right next to the front door. So we're looking towards the front door.
Okay. That's slide 57. Going to the next slide, what's this a view of?
So this is 629. This is that same area. It's just we're just moved over a little bit now, more into the hallway. In the top left portion, you see the window, the view window in that front door. But again, this is the floor where there was visible blood, and this is the luminescence from the Blue Star after the application.
And we can read this, the entry foyer placard. Going to the next slide, just to orient you to what we're looking at here. This is what you just described, that window in the door.
Yeah, so this is the front door. So we're facing from the dining room towards that front door, and then this is that foyer just outside that living room. So this is that tile floor there in front of the door.
And can you see some potentially visible blood in this picture with the flashlight?
Yes, there's visible blood on the floor in this photo, and I remember seeing it there.
Then going to the next slide, what is this?
So this is a photograph of that same area, but now the CSS Jacobs has moved to the living room and captured it looking to the left in that corner is the door, and we're looking north, and then you can see the luminescence on the floor. Again, that's the spotting. I would categorize that spotting as the Blue Star reagent not being completely covered over those stains, and that creates that kind of speckled luminescent effect.
When you spray this in the semi-darkness, is it pretty, I mean, what does it look like to you, as not the picture, but you as a person standing there when it luminesces? Is it obvious? Is it bright? Can you tell me anything more about that?
Yes. So when it's sprayed, as soon as it makes contact with that blood, that reagent takes place. It is very obvious. It is very bright blue on the latent blood that we could see. And then when it was applied there, it actually almost glowed. Where I think a few of the photographs we tried to take without light, because we could see it so well in the naked eye, but unfortunately the photographs just didn't capture everything. But it was much more intense than it is in the photographs.
Now going to the next slide, Arcadia door east. I'll just move to the next one. What is this?
So this is a photograph of looking from the dining room towards the Arcadia door out. The pool would be in that background out there. And then again, there was quite a large amount of visible blood on the floor. And then this is the application actually on the upper right. You can see CSS Carpenter's hand as he's applying the Blue Star. You could actually see the water driplets of the reagent and the water coming out of the sprayer in that top center, so you can kind of get that understanding what I was talking about. It wasn't as fine as we would have liked, but then the reaction on the bottom, the luminescence, that bright blue color.
And we're moving through these photographs, and this might be obvious, but it's not as if you're spraying this and every inch of the floor is luminescing. I mean, we can clearly see discernible patterns to a degree in this Blue Star. Is that fair?
Yes, so the spray pattern covered not only the areas where it luminesced, but outside of both. So it was a very large pattern that was sprayed. So the areas that are not luminescing, there did not appear to be any visible or latent blood in those locations.
A better way to put what I was trying to say. So that another picture of that same Arcadia door just to the left of it.
Yes, it's the same thing. And then that blue staining in the right lower portion, that's that Kumasi blue that we were talking about earlier. That's that visible stain that's there all the time. The light blue luminescence in the doorway and on the floor is from the Blue Star.
Next slide. Can you tell us what this perspective is? It's a little harder to see.
So we're looking at in 636 here, we're looking into the house, sort of from the dining room, from that Arcadia door. That lower left corner is that Kumasi blue staining that Ms. Smaltz used. And then throughout the rest of the photograph is that Blue Star applied to the entire floor, and that's the luminescent effect that we got after that. And you can even see some visible blood in that swipe along the bottom of the photograph that it's luminescing.
And those red and blue lights in the top, are those just something perhaps that Allison had plugged into the wall or something like that?
Yes, I think they're either an outlet in the living room that might have a night light to it, or some of the actual light switches had lights built into the paddle.
That's nothing to do with the investigation, I guess I should say.
No, it's just because it was dark, so they were alit.
The next one, obviously living room. I'm going to move to the next slide. Now, back to the couch. Tell us more about that.
Okay, so this is a photograph in 638. We're looking at that left side of the couch where that photo marker R would have been. Again, you see that piece in that lower left corner that was removed already. There's also what appears to be that reddish-brown stain on a little bit on the arm, but more importantly on that lower corner, lower right along the back. There appears to be a reddish-brown stain.
And now going from this in the light to the next slide 68, what is this?
So this is a photograph actually taken from that same location of that same side of the couch, just after the Blue Star reagent has been applied. And you can see the luminescence around where the piece was cut, a little bit below that, and then on the back of the couch, near the back where we were just talking about, there's that bright blue luminescent. Again, the stain itself looked more solid, but then with the application, the way it was applied, it comes out like that speckled kind of pattern. But that's from the application, not from the stain itself.
And then just going back one slide, you can kind of, like you're talking about here, see that redness on the back of the couch there, just with your naked eye.
Yes, so that appears to be one solid stain, where I would have assumed, had we misted the Blue Star, that it would have been a solid blue rather than those spots.
But it's also a good indication when you go here that the Blue Star is reacting to that stain potentially, or I mean, you can see that with your naked eye as well, right?
Yes, and in this photograph, the entire side of the couch was sprayed, so these are the only areas that it was reacting to. The rest didn't give any reaction for presence of blood.
Now going to the next slide, can you tell us what this is?
Yes, this is in 640. This is the back of the couch. The lights are all off. I think that bright light, or that bright blue in the middle, I think is one of those outlets. So I don't believe that's part of it. But what we're looking at is the back of the couch. The television is on in that background, and you could actually see that extension cord that was draped over the back of the couch. And the luminescence are all those spots that were marked earlier, that 1, 2, 3, 4 on the back of the couch as potential reddish-brown blood stains.
And in this, obviously, we've seen a lot of photos of the living room, so the door is just off to our right here, and we're just looking at the TV, that big rectangle.
Yes, and then that front window is there in the upper right corner.
Okay. Going to the next slide, hallway south to north. And there's a couple here, Judge, that are, again, sensitive in the nature of there's additional, more blood that can be seen, but no, Allison's body is not present.
Okay, thank you.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph, 642. It shows the hallway facing north, so it would be in that front foyer, and it's looking north where Allison's body had been. And again, that Blue Star has been applied. It actually stopped right in that large stain, and it was focused primarily everything beyond, I guess, where Allison's head would have been, into her. You can see outline of her legs, and then that other area of floor off to what would be the east or to her right.
And this is perhaps a better vantage point when you were talking about the bloodstain pattern on that closet door. Which of the doors were you referencing? That one that had a horizontal pattern?
Oh, on the impact pattern?
Yes.
That would be, in this photograph, that's on the right side. That's that small, I think it's an air conditioner or water heater closet. So, but on the bottom of that door would have been that pattern that we talked about earlier, that what I categorize as an impact pattern.
And then that large red circle in the middle of this picture, is that where ultimately, when Allison was found, is that where her head was?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You said it stopped there. Did you mean you stopped applying the Blue Star, or you stopped seeing the reaction, or what stopped there when you were talking about the Blue Star application?
The application of Blue Star stopped where the visible blood was. At that point, we knew what we were looking at. We got a little bit of it there, but we didn't feel like we needed to saturate that entire known stain. We knew that it should have reacted as blood.
And now I'll go to the next slide. Are we still in the hallway?
Yes, this is the same hallway. We're just looking more in 643. The photographer stepped over to his right, and now we're capturing those bypass doors, that cold air vent, and the floor that was down around Allison's feet and off to behind her.
And you talked about that air vent in your bloodstain analysis, so we saw kind of the blood on there as well. Could you see the blood on that vent with the naked eye?
Yes, you could. It appeared diluted blood, but it was definitely visible there, and you can see the luminescence. That's consistent with what I saw of the latent or the patent blood there.
And then there's a little bit of blue. I don't know if you can see it on your monitor, but on those two closet doors, one of them it appears has a little bit of blue.
Yes, on the north closet door, there's some, that looks like a little bit of a pattern on the bottom. That I don't recall seeing with the naked eye. So this would have been a reaction maybe to a chemical or maybe to the presence of blood.
And those two closet doors we've heard about already, but those were taken at some point the next day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the next picture, maybe a better way to view that. Same area, a little bit darker, maybe?
Yeah, and this is the same photograph or the same areas captured in 602. The difference is it's a little bit darker. We're trying a different lighting. And in this photograph, you can see crime scene specialist Carpenter is actually still standing in there. He's holding the sprayer in the photograph off to the right.
Okay. Going to the next placard, the kitchen, and then I'll move here. Can you tell us what our vantage point is here?
So in 645 here, this is a photograph taken from the dining room looking into the kitchen. And this shows that orange kind of glow in the top of the picture is back towards that laundry room and out to the carport there. It shows the luminescence on the kitchen floor after the blue star was applied.
And again, not to re-urge the same point, but you're applying blue star kind of to this whole floor, and these are the areas of the floor that are reacting in a visible way?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then maybe this will help us. The next slide, kind of same area, but with the light?
Yes, this is that same area. Step back a little bit, but this is the same kitchen facing towards the laundry room with some flashlights used to help. But again, you can see some of the luminescence in that lower left corner. There was also visible blood there, and some then latent blood the rest of the room there.
I'll go to another photo. Same thing, but just taking us back, slightly different perspective, but also the kitchen floor.
Yes, in 647, that seems like it's the same photo that we just saw, just with the lights now completely off, and you can see the luminescence there on the kitchen floor.
Okay. Looks like in this one you get a little bit of, it looks almost the same, but if you look at the top, you can see kind of a, I don't know what you want to call that, probably a leg in that light. And then if we go to this one, it appears to be less, only to draw the distinction that these are slightly different perspectives, but of the same thing.
Yes, that's correct. I
Okay.
believe somebody, one of our crime scene specialists or somebody was standing in that doorway leading out to the carport there.
Okay. And now, before I get to the kind of the end of my questions for you, well, actually, I want to clarify one thing. This is the Friday night you're doing these photographs. You said that?
Yes, that's correct, the 20th.
And so just to be clear, I mean, we see in this photo, there's that, what's that thing on the left in the middle with the black, like crisscross pattern? Is there like a table or something in the kitchen at this point, or additional supplies that were not originally in Allison's home when you went?
Yes. So in this photo, we're also seeing all of they're the yellow lights that we brought in as external light sources. I believe some of these tables might have been from the living room that we moved into the dining room to process that floor. And then all the bottles of chemicals in that upper left corner of the photograph, those were all items that were removed from underneath that kitchen sink, the cabinet underneath there. We took them all out because we had collected the drain, the P-traps from the drains.
To your memory, or in looking at this photo, do you recall any like large bottles of bleach under the sink?
There were not.
Okay. Under anywhere in the home, do you recall finding any significant sources of bleach, like just a bottle of bleach?
No, we particularly looked for that because of the overwhelming smell. We did not find any bleach in the house.
So we looked at that one. Okay, so you're there in the house. Are you able to tell us, based on your blood stain pattern analysis, as well as the pictures we just looked at with the blue star, if there were areas of the home that had sort of more significant sources of blood or deposits of blood?
It seemed like in front of that Arcadia door by that standing mirror, there was what appeared to be a very large, a large area covered in blood. There was also a large area by that pillar, so off towards the center of the house, kind of spilling into that sunken living room, there was an area that we suspected was a large amount of blood, and then where Allison ultimately was found underneath her head and underneath her body, there was a large amount of pooling blood.
And then I'm going to what we've seen already, Exhibit 252, sort of a drawing or a rendering of the home.
Yes, in 250, that's exactly it. The top of the house, the top of this picture is north. The front door is off to the left side. Obviously, the pool is on the right side of this drawing.
Okay. And this drawing, I took out the legend for just purposes of being able to see more of it. You can kind of see it at the top there. This drawing would include, or does it include, some of the areas where Blue Star was illuminating in conjunction with areas where you could see obvious blood?
Yes, all that red on the floors in those areas kind of depicts as well if it was sort of a pinkish color on this drawing, that's sort of a lighter presence, and then that darker red, again, based on what we talked about in front of the mirror and over by the pillar in kind of that center left portion of this diagram. It's a little bit darker. That appeared to be a more heavy bloodletting event there.
And as they're moving through this trial, we have witnesses testify to their roles, and I've asked you to testify to a bunch of things related to the scene. Was it fair to say you stayed with this case and did a lot more as the case progressed from 2015 on?
That's correct, I did.
I'm not going to ask you about everything that you did in that sense because it's kind of premature. We're going to learn some more information before we get to that. But I do want to ask you, Detective, as you were moving through the case as the years went on, were there ultimately things you learned, forensic results from inside the home that helped your investigation move forward that you might not have known, for instance, on the 18th of February 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
And we haven't gotten all those conclusions in yet as far as forensic results, but I do want to, for the sake of moving through this case and for the jury's kind of memory, remind us what we're going to be talking about as we move forward. So ultimately, we talked about the Arcadia door. Where on this diagram is the Arcadia door?
So it'd be center of this diagram. There's actually, it says clothes rack in the center. That's the Arcadia door is just below that, and there's actually a kind of a dark red circle-ish area depicted that there was blood there on this picture.
And ultimately, was there some swabs that we've already heard taken from that Arcadia door on February 20th by Miss Metz?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we've heard about the processing of the laundry room area. Where's the laundry room area in this picture?
So the laundry room is in the bottom of this diagram, below the kitchen. So you can see the washer dryer, and actually that door that leads outside is depicted in the diagram.
And so those like little white boxes kind of almost to the bottom that are together there, those are washer dryer potentially?
Yes.
Okay. And so we've heard about this already, but was the laundry knob number 2, was it swabbed by by a crime scene specialist on the 19th? We heard Miss Alexic swabbed it, but also that Miss McKenna, I believe, was present from her testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
And that it was actually was it physically taken off and removed on the 21st, that laundry knob?
It was.
And taken, okay, I'll leave it there for now. Where in this diagram is PMH located, roughly?
So PMH would be in the in that center where it says dining room and there's that little that little square to the left of dining room. That PMH would be that little gray spot right next to that. That little square depicts the chair that was pulled away from the dining room table, and then that PMH would be that spot right there.
And again, we've heard about just recently that Miss Beamer swabbed and removed that swab from the crime scene on February 18th.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And now, what we heard about from you and from other witnesses, that bottle was ultimately found on the 21st of February. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And we've heard about that, but where in this picture is the couch? Can you see it?
So in this one, the couch is in the living room. It's that white rectangle. It actually doesn't fairly depict it because it was that sectional, so it was like that large capital letter L. But in this photograph, or in this diagram for purposes of demonstrating it, that's the couch there. It was underneath that, what would be the right side of the couch as you're looking at it from this diagram.
I have just one moment, Judge.
You may.
Yesterday, you testified about your gloves, the off-color gloves, and you said that they were, you called them intact is the word that you use. You know, they were fresh, intact gloves. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you mean by that? Tell me more about those gloves.
Yes. So back then in 2015, I actually I carried in the crime scene. I kind of described it as just a small bag that I had a steno notebook in, some pens, some different buccal swabs, and then one of the pockets in that bag, I had loaded up with rubber gloves that were issued from the department. That's what I was carrying at the time. I've since been ridiculed by my partners about carrying a bag into the scene, so I don't carry that anymore. But at the time, I had that. So when we discovered this broken bottle, I felt it important that we get a set of brand new clean gloves, and that's what was in the pocket. So when I reached in and I got a pair of gloves to wear, those are the gloves I was talking about. They'd never been used. They were clean. They'd been issued from the department. They just weren't that current gloves that we were using. I think we were using black or purple at the time.
You mentioned you were ridiculed by your partners. I just want to be clear. You weren't ridiculed because bringing a bag in would be inappropriate. Were you ridiculed just because of the bag? I want to make sure we're clear. That wasn't like you can't bring that into the scene, detective.
I was carrying a bag over my shoulder. It's the size of a purse, and that was my counterparts made sure that I was aware of it.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. And cross-examination, Mr. Kirchler, whenever you're ready. Did you want the lights turned back up, or did you want to keep them
please.
down? Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, as you know, this is a limited cross to what you did at the scene in 2015 and kind of moving forward just in the early stages of the case, correct?
Yes, correct.
And we'll talk about what you did after on another day, correct?
Correct.
And you were involved from day one, correct?
Yes, I was.
And obviously, you've sat here throughout the course of this trial.
Yes, I have.
We're going to talk about what you did at the house on Monterey. We're going to talk about your analysis of the blood stain pattern analysis.
Okay.
And we're going to just talk about what you did. Okay?
Okay.
So first, I think you told us that you were with the VCU starting in 2000, or you were with VCU into the 2015.
That's correct.
And Sergeant Davidson was your boss at that period of time.
Yes, that's correct.
Later, well, Sergeant Lockerbie, now Lieutenant Lockerbie, became your boss, correct?
He did.
You've been in the VCU the whole time.
Yes, I have.
And you were called out to the scene on the 18th.
That's correct.
You were there with other detectives,
Yes,
and Detective Davidson gave you the assignment to be the scene detective, correct?
yes, that's correct.
And you were partnered with Detective Lockerbie.
Yes, I was.
And Detective McWilliams was assigned to be case agent, correct?
That's correct.
The term that you guys use is the lead investigator, correct?
Right, I believe they're interchangeable, case agent or lead investigator.
And the lead investigator is kind of responsible for everything encompassing it and being a liaison to other areas, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
We heard that if there's a request to be made to the crime lab, that would be the lead investigator, correct?
Yes, it's not exclusively, but in general, yes.
And you've been at the Scottsdale Police Department for years.
That's correct.
And you've worked with these people before, crime scene specialists, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
The lab.
Yes,
And I think you told us that you've handled several homicides throughout the course of your career.
yes, I have.
You've been a police officer since 1991.
That's correct.
You've worked with Chris Cano.
I have.
She would know you by name
I hope so, yes.
and by face.
I hope so.
And Vicky Beamer.
Yes,
And those two people were part of the decision-making team on the 18th, correct?
they were brought to the scene, right, as advisors, and then what turned out to be identified items that they would like to see processed.
Now, we're going to discuss this on a different day, but you were at the scene between the 18th and the 21st, correct?
Off and on, yes. There were some times where I was taken away, but for the most part, yes.
And that's what I wanted to talk to you about really briefly. You made that call with Mr. Feldman, correct?
That's correct.
And you were away from the scene when you did that.
Right, I was in my car at the time.
You went to the autopsy on the 19th, and you were away from the scene on that day.
That's correct.
And you were also assigned to do some interviews, correct?
Yes,
And you did those.
I did.
I want to talk about the decision-making process, okay?
Okay.
So every day when you arrived at the scene, there was a briefing, correct?
Yes,
And decisions were being made by those involved, the detectives, correct?
yes,
You mentioned that even the Assistant Chief Pop was involved in some of the decision-making, correct?
ultimately, right, everything goes up a chain of command, so he was involved at the top end. I don't know if he necessarily made any scene decisions, but he was definitely kept in the loop of knowledge.
And you were one of those decision makers.
I was.
I mean, you would hope that they would trust your decision-making ability after being a police officer since 1991, correct?
Yes,
And you told us as a detective, you had to test to become a detective, correct?
that's correct.
You had to take a written examination, correct?
Yes,
And they also looked at your training and experience before you could become a detective.
yes, that's correct.
And when you're a detective, you handle cases on your own, so to speak.
Yes,
And you're in charge of maybe other peer detectives. In charge is a bad word, but let me rephrase that. You work with other detectives, but you're kind of the ultimate decision maker.
for my investigations or for
Yes,
which?
for you, if you're a lead investigator.
I have some, I mean, every detective has some autonomy. I mean, to say I'm the only or lead decision maker, I think might be a little bit far. I'd have to reprove things through sergeants and through chain of command. But for the most part, yes.
Of course, and much like we work as teams in these cases, there's one guy who might be the ultimate decision maker if there's a difference of opinion, correct?
It might be. Most of the time that would be, if there was a big decision to be made that we had difference of opinions, it would go up the chain of command to a sergeant or lieutenant level, even, maybe even higher.
Assistant Chief Pop, right?
Possibly, sure.
And we talked about some of the decisions that you have to make, the use of finite resources, correct?
Yes,
And you have to be conscious of that.
that's correct.
But you're going to do everything that you can to investigate this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And on the 18th, you were part of the team that made decisions that there were 26 individual items that needed to be collected, swabbed, that we've been talking about, correct?
I was there. I identified myself. I identified a few, but I wasn't part of the picking all 26. But yes, I was aware that they were being collected.
And they were marked, as we know, with letters A through Z
That's correct.
and photographed.
Yes,
You walked around the scene with Kat Palma, correct?
I did.
And you went, to be clear, Alex was at the house around 4 o'clock. That's when he called 911, correct?
Right. The 402 is when the 911 call came in, I believe.
And there were things that had to be done after the fire departments came in to basically before you started your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And your investigation into the house where you were looking at items of evidence or what could be potential items of evidence started around 7:40. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us that you were wearing booties, correct?
I was wearing shoe covers and rubber gloves. That's correct.
And even though the crime scene specialist's role was to document the scene, you also documented what you saw.
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you wrote a report that contained some of your observations in there.
Yes, that's correct.
Just some things that may have been contained in a report, but broken windows, correct?
There were not.
The door frame was intact.
It was.
There was no forced sign of entry,
There was not.
and meaning like the door wasn't kicked in and the frame all messed up, correct?
Right, that's correct.
And you remember that strong odor when you came through that door, correct?
Yes, I do.
You described it as chlorine or a bleach smell, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you saw there were some stains on the floor.
Yes.
And those are those patterns that you've described.
Yes.
You testified earlier that you took the Bevel Gardner course in 2019, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was in March.
That was.
And that was 4 years after your processing of the scene, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that many of the stains that you saw on the floor were diluted blood.
Yes.
You have no idea what they were diluted with, correct?
No, that's correct. And again, that's my impression, my opinion, that they were diluted with some sort of clear liquid.
One time you did say it was with a clear liquid.
Yes.
You don't know what that clear liquid was?
No, I don't.
You talked about that there was something poured over Allison, correct?
Yes.
That's your opinion, correct?
That is my opinion based on what I saw there, yes.
I'm going to show you it's marked, if I could just walk around here. Can't see that far. As exhibit number 547. I'm holding that up. Can you see that, detective?
Yes, I do. That's the black sea dress that was on Allison's face when we arrived, on her head.
And you note that there are several whitish, orangish spots throughout the dress?
Yes,
And you found, or this dress was found on top of her face, correct?
it was.
And it encompassed her hair,
It did.
and it was wet.
It was.
And you guys collected it, obviously.
We did.
This wasn't how it was originally packaged.
It was packaged in paper. I repackaged it for the purpose of being able to see it as an exhibit.
You've watched the videos from the Walmart?
I have. I haven't watched all of them, but I've seen them, yes.
You watched the videos from the Kohl's?
Again, I've seen some of them, yes.
And you'll agree that that is where she was, you know, probably between, I think we saw yesterday, she left at about 5:20 and returned about 2 hours later, correct?
Yes.
And that's the dress she was wearing?
It appears to be, yes.
When we talk about what you see at the scene, you describe there's streaks. You called them wipes or swipes, correct?
Yes.
And that's actually terminology from your blood pattern analysis course, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they mean totally different things.
They do.
You also described that there were broken pieces of glass near the sliding door, correct?
Yes, there were a couple. It were throughout the house, but primarily there were a couple pieces there.
In fact, in front of PM 21, there's like a small piece of glass outside the door, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There's broken pieces of glass on the side by the wall near the breakfast bar,
Yes, there's at least one there, yes.
and that's PMP.
Yes, that's correct.
There's also broken pieces of glass on the side of the wall on the other side behind the table, correct? PME.
Yes, that's correct. That's another larger, I think they were identified because they were the largest of the pieces remaining. Most of the other ones were pretty small shards.
And there were broken pieces of glass by the floor, by the stairs heading down from the dining room into the living room, correct?
Yes, in that corner by the pillar, there were some pieces of glass there.
And we saw that depicted in PMW.
Yes, that's correct.
All those pieces were collected, correct?
I don't believe there were some that they were just too small to collect. We did collect, I know, the larger pieces, but I don't know about the rest, the W, for example, I don't remember.
I want to talk to you about the trash bag in the kitchen. We talked about that yesterday.
Okay?
That was near T,
Yes,
and it was on the kind of the threshold to the laundry room, correct?
yes, it was.
It was next to that counter in the kitchen.
Yes,
And you described it as a white trash bag.
yes.
I think you even told us how many liters it could contain.
It appeared to be like a standard 13-gallon white trash bag.
And you described it as Allison's garbage.
I did. I made an assumption. It's in the house, and there was a bag of garbage, so
You looked through it.
I did.
You took it outside, put it next to the actual trash bag outside, correct?
Yes, that's where I didn't want to open it up inside the house, so I brought it out there to go through it.
And you looked through it,
Yes, I did.
and you found nothing of evidentiary value at that point.
I did not. That's correct.
And you did this in those first 4 days, correct?
Yes.
You didn't collect that trash bag, correct?
I don't believe we collected it, no.
Nor did you collect the trash that was inside it.
No, that's correct.
And obviously, it wasn't impounded.
It was not.
It was thrown away.
I believe so, yes.
We talked a little bit about the fingernail. Correct?
Yes. I didn't personally, but it's been brought up, yes.
And you attended the autopsy on the 19th, correct?
I did.
And one of the things that was noted was that one of her fingernails the tips was missing, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you did tell us that she had French manicure, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us that through the course of interviews with friends and family, you knew that she kept her nails nicely done.
Yes, that's correct.
And if she would have broken a nail, she wouldn't have let that just be, correct?
Correct. Based on the look, it looked very jagged, like it was torn or broken off. And so we made that conclusion that she would have probably had it repaired if it had happened prior to that day.
Now, and you jumped ahead of me a little bit. The finger at the autopsy that was missing the nail was her right ring finger, correct?
I'm sorry, I have a memory that it was a left, but I don't recall right now.
But either way, you could see with your own eyes that she was missing a tip of her fingernail, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And when and let me just go back because some of us don't know all about the fingernail tips or manicures and stuff like that. So this was an acrylic nail, correct?
I believe so.
And it's actually applied onto the finger itself, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
It's permanent to an extent. You don't have to remove them every day and every night like some other things you might.
Right, that's correct.
And, you know, it might be a couple weeks before you get your nails done.
I wouldn't know.
But for Allison, she got her nails done, correct?
I know we reached out to someone. I don't know the frequency, though.
And the conclusion that you and the other detectives made was that this fingernail that was found at the scene, as you testified, was jagged and that it was recently torn off, correct?
It appeared that way by looking at what we'd almost consider fracture matching, to look at the nail and look at her finger, that it looked like it matched and it had been broken off from that finger, yes.
More of a pattern analysis, huh?
A little bit, more crash reconstruction.
And that nail was actually found several feet away from where Allison was found, correct?
Yes, it was underneath the dining room table.
Almost towards 2 or 3 feet away from the sliding glass door, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about that general area there, okay?
Okay.
In front of the sliding glass door, if you're looking at the sliding glass door from the dining room, there was I forgot how you called it, but a stand-up mirror,
Yes, like a wardrobe mirror with a wood
Wardrobe.
frame.
wardrobe mirror. And your observation was there was actually a layer of dust on it, correct?
Yes, it appeared so on the top, and on the actual glass, it did look dusty.
You also, in the kitchen area, in that part of the dining room, there were 3 pairs of shoes, correct?
I recall 2 pair of shoes, like sandals, in the kitchen, and then a pair of slippers near the dining room table, I believe pink.
And I classify them all as shoes, but there were 2 pairs of like slip-on flip-flops, correct?
Yes,
They were like Tory Burch.
yes,
And then there was kind of these fluffy sock-like deer foam type slippers, correct?
yes, that was, yeah, they were more by the dining room table.
On the 19th, you were at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you had testified earlier that while you were at the autopsy, at least for part of it, the floor was being processed on the 19th.
Yes, in the morning, yes.
And there were areas of the floor, even before it was processed, that you could observe that had white streaks in it.
Yes, yeah, and some like almost kind of chalky material, like dried crystalline kind of substance in it, yes.
You also noted in your report that the floor wasn't consistent, you know, that there was chalky stuff throughout, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, in the living room, even though we saw those like white stains as you came down the steps, there was also a sticky like substance, I guess you could say, under there, correct?
yeah, it appeared to be, it was hard to see in the photographs, but there appeared to be kind of a, almost a brownish kind of, yeah, what I would determine sticky material that looked like it had been spilled on the floor.
You don't know what that sticky material is, right?
I don't.
But you made that observation.
I did.
And when you're walking through the scene, you're kind of making observations of, you know, 20-something years at that point of experience of what sticks out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And your attention was brought to PMH,
It was.
and it was different.
Absolutely was.
It was different than anything else in that scene that you had seen on the floor.
Yes, that's correct.
The color wasn't red,
No, it was more of a darker brown.
and it had some flecks in it.
Yes, it appeared to have something like that, right?
You didn't know what those flecks were.
I didn't.
You didn't know if it was glass.
It did not appear to be glass.
You kind of perplexed, thought maybe even chewing tobacco was a possibility.
That was a kind of a first supposition based on what it looked like, and based on where it was near that chair that was moved from the dining room. I think we gave it even like a little moniker to say it was chewing tobacco, or what we called the spitter stain, something like that is how we referred to it, yes.
But you didn't know what it was.
That's correct.
And looking back now, you probably wouldn't have said that, correct?
I don't know if I wouldn't have said, I mean, we never tested it, so it still looked like it could be chewing tobacco.
And from the pictures, they look flat. That's not how this stain actually appeared to you, correct?
It did not. It actually had a little bit of, almost a little depth to it. Like it had these flakes of something in it, but it definitely it looked a little thicker than the floor itself.
And I think you described it as a thicker substance, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you used the word curdled.
Yeah, that was just a term. Again, it had pieces in it, so it said it had a curdled appearance to it.
It was different than any of the other stains that you had seen on the floor.
Yes, it was, and it was not necessarily in with the other stains. It was a little bit away from the blood stains that we identified.
It was by the table, away from that, I'm going to call it an S
Yes,
smear.
that's correct.
But it was away from that.
Yes,
And on that first night, that was one of the stains that you saw Vicky swab, or were there when Vicky swabbed it, correct?
yes, that's correct.
And I think we saw PMH, which depicted that on the first night, correct? We saw the photograph depicting PMH on the first, that was taken on the first night.
Yes, that's correct.
And then later on, I think we talked about that it was PM50 later on.
Yes,
And that actually, we saw that picture where there were actually like streaks in the stain, correct?
it appeared so, yes.
You said you didn't know what it was,
That's correct.
and you didn't have it tested.
We submitted it to the lab, but it was never positively identified as whatever the substance was. That's correct.
We know that it did not test, I think Vicky said it was a color change, but it was weak for the Castlemeyer test.
Yes,
And it was a negative for the hemotrace test.
yes, that's correct.
And you as an investigator, I'm not asking the results from Vicky, but you thought it's not blood.
It did not appear to be blood in the scene, and after I'd learned that, yes, I truly believe that it's not blood.
So that's how you treated it, right? That it wasn't blood.
That's correct.
At the time that you were at the scene, Vicky was back at the lab working on stuff, right?
After that first night, yes, I don't believe she ever returned to the scene.
And you didn't know the results of any of the items from A to all 23 of them, correct? The last three were Allison.
Right.
We knew that.
I eventually knew. I did not know at the time. If we're talking about the 18th, I did not know.
So while PMH was unique, so to speak, you didn't have any idea that it was significant, other than it being unique.
That's correct.
I have a couple questions and I'll finish up, and then
Okay.
I'll find a good place to break. For law enforcement, DNA is one of the many tools in your tool belt, correct?
It is, yes.
It gives you information.
It does.
It could provide you a lead, correct?
Absolutely.
That's where I'd like to end right now.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Please remember that admonition, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you.
Not asking you specific questions at this time, but if you need to refer to it, it should contain all your supplements and information that you generated, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So I want to go back to where we left off before the break, talking about PMH. I'm going to move kind of forward a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So we talked about Vicky going back to the lab and kind of generating, doing the testing on those items that she swabbed, correct?
Yes.
And she generated a report with the results of her testing, correct?
Yes, of several items that was part of one of the first reports.
And one of the first ones was those 26 items, and that came back February 25th, 2019. I think she testified too. Is that correct?
2015.
2015,
2025.
thank you. And you reviewed that, correct?
I did.
Now, I want to make sure that everyone's clear, because I think it's a bit confusing. The case agent is the one that makes the request for labs, correct?
In general, yes.
So-
Not always, or not exclusively, we'll put it that way.
So early on, if we look at one of those lab reports or those requests that are made, it's not going to have your name on it, generally speaking, correct?
I don't believe I made any lab requests in the early years, actually, of this case.
And that was Detective McWilliams, who was the lead investigator, and his name would be on those lab requests if he made those, correct?
If he made those, yes, it would be.
And we heard Vicky talk about if there was a request to be made, it came from the law enforcement side of stuff.
Yes.
And we also heard Vicky say that if something outside of the testing that they had available was requested, it would come from law enforcement side.
Yes.
And I think I'm trying to clarify that when you testified earlier, you said you sent the stuff to the lab. And there's more direction than just that, correct?
Well, my part, or the officer's part of it, would be if an item is impounded as evidence, that I would fill out a lab request through our iLeads at the time report writing system, and then it would be attested, if that makes better sense.
It does. And so like if you wanted DNA testing on, let's say, PMA,
Yes.
you would request, please test for DNA on PMA, item number 101, whatever the number is, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that would be a lab request that I would author and then submit. That's correct.
And in this case, out of the gate, when those results came back from Vicky in February of 2015, PMH became kind of the focus, correct?
Yes.
And it almost became like a litmus test, correct?
For that first week, until we had additional results from other things, yes, absolutely. That was an item we wanted to know the identity of this person whose DNA profile was developed.
And we're going to talk about this a little bit more in your later testimony about all the people that the Scottsdale Police Department interviewed, correct?
Yes.
I mean, there's hundreds.
Yes, there are.
And you guys did a neighborhood canvas, correct?
We did.
You guys looked for anybody that could have a connection with Allison, correct?
That's correct.
And that was outside of the neighborhood, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I'm trying not to go into too much of that because I want to talk to you about it that more in depth. But you looked at people that, may have had contact with her through business, such as Ed Pfeiffer. We talked about a little bit about him already, correct?
Yes, correct.
That was the UPS driver.
It was.
And you looked at ex-boyfriends, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at people that could have had contact with her throughout the course of her life, correct?
Yes, that's one of the first things that we would do, is to see, kind of develop a circle to see who might be related, who might be have some information about what happened.
And I'm going to talk to, for instance, one of the first people that you talked to is Thomas Mello, correct?
That's correct.
And he's actually like that first week, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And he was somebody that showed up on the news saying that he was a friend.
Yeah, through Facebook, yeah.
And you went and talked to him,
I did.
okay? I'll go into that a little bit more, but I want to get kind of the feeling that, you know, Scottsdale Police Department was developing that circle of friends, looking at different aspects of Allison's life, and to some extent, Alex's life too, correct?
Yes, correct.
And try to find that information and then talk to those people, correct?
Yes.
And during those conversations for the males, you were getting buccal swabs, and I mean you, the Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And the purpose of getting those buccal swabs was to generate profiles from each of those people, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then those were compared to ultimately PMH, correct?
Yes.
And if they didn't match, they were kind of excluded, correct?
Well, there was an interview done with everyone. It wasn't just
Sure.
PMH, but we talked with people, but
So, and that was happening throughout this case, correct?
yes.
I want to go back to some parts of the scene that I want to clarify. We talked a little bit about the trash, the white trash bag. You said that it was thrown away.
I don't recall specifically. I know that I took it outside to that patio area behind the garage to search through it. Then I don't know what happened. The last I saw it, it was sitting next to the trash.
And when we were talking about the trash, you also said that you went through the recycling bin, correct?
That's correct.
And inside that recycling bin, you found a greasy pizza box, correct?
I did.
And that was from Papa John's.
I believe so, yeah.
And that box, you actually cut the receipt off, correct?
Right, it had the address and the name, a phone number on the side, like a little label that would be printed. And so rather than impound the entire box, I just cut the label off the box.
And of course, you followed up on that, correct?
I handed it off. I don't know what happened with that particular lead. I reported it back to Sergeant Davidson at the time. And we had other people, other detectives that were out doing follow-up interviews. So I'm not 100% sure as to what the results of that were.
The receipt indicated that that pizza was ordered to that place, to her house on Monday. Is that correct?
Yes, on Monday the 16th.
And you watched not all the videos, but most of the videos from the Polito house, correct?
I watched some. I didn't, if I can jump ahead, I did not watch a video showing the pizza delivery.
Okay, that was my next question. But if you saw roughly at that same time and the pizza delivery was there, that's, never mind, strike that. Let me go on to the next question. I want to talk to you a little bit about the trash in the alleyway. Okay?
The community trash or Allison's trash?
Exactly. Okay. So you jumped ahead a little bit more. You had a good lunch, I can see, and
Sorry.
no, sorry about the joke. So there was a community trash can in the alley, correct?
Yes, in the neighborhood in South Scottsdale, all the alleyways have the very large, at the time they were round, probably 8 feet across bins. They were all community trash bins that the neighbors would toss their garbage in, and then the city of Scottsdale trash collection would pick it up from there rather than door to door.
And at the time in 2015, if you walked out Allison's backyard and you turned left, you walk down the alley and at the bend, that's where that big giant trash can was, correct?
Yes, there was one. It was a couple houses north of her house, right?
And you, meaning the Scottsdale Police Department, did not collect that trash from the community garbage can, correct?
We did not collect it. We found that the trash collection from the city was that morning. And I didn't look at it, but to my knowledge, it was either empty or it only had trash thrown in it after that afternoon of the 18th. So we found it pretty much irrelevant, the garbage itself.
So to clarify, it was the morning of the 18th that trash was collected, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the 911 call from Alex was in the afternoon on the 18th, correct?
That's right.
We had talked a little bit about, you went through the house and you talked about the watches, correct?
Yes.
And you got that information from the family, that those were the 3 missing watches, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Allison also had some other expensive items in her house, correct?
She did.
In fact, we talked about when they went to Paris that she had bought a several $1,000 Chanel purse, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at those purses in the house, correct?
The Chanel bag was on the floor in the master bedroom, like sort of in the northwest corner behind that chest of drawers. The vast majority, I think 27 or 28 purses were all in that hall closet with the bypass doors that we talked about earlier.
And obviously you were aware of the Chanel purse, you saw it on the ground, and it obviously wasn't missing, correct?
That's correct.
And you got that information from friends or from family that she had a nice collection of purses.
Yes.
I think I touched on this a little bit just a few minutes ago, but Detective McWilliams was the first case agent, and he made certain requests to the laboratory, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think you testified earlier that if something was outside of the scope of the test that the laboratory did, there could be a request made. Nonetheless, it just might have to be approved by someone higher than that detective who is making that request. Is that correct?
If we're talking about something like our agency didn't do,
If your agency could not do it or didn't have that capability, you could seek outside help, so to speak.
yes, that's correct.
And in fact, you guys did that for the belly button, correct?
Yes, we went to there was some liquid found in Allison's navel that we drew out and we submitted to the DPS lab for analysis.
And they weren't able to tell anything about it, correct?
That's my understanding.
Ms. Beamer talked about that PMH was not tested for semen, saliva, or semen, fecal matter. Let me go back. Ms. Beamer testified that it was only tested for blood. Is that your understanding by the Scottsdale Crime Lab? It was only tested for blood by the Scottsdale Crime Lab. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that presumptive test and then later confirmatory test to test for blood, yes, but to my understanding, not for saliva or semen.
And you had said to us that you thought that there might be tobacco in that stain, PMH I'm talking about.
I said it was a possibility. Again, based on the totality of everything, it was next to a chair. It wouldn't be uncommon if somebody were chewing tobacco that they spit or dribbled out of their mouth onto the floor. That was why I came to that.
And it's your understanding that that stain wasn't tested for something like tobacco, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And at the time in 2015, if that was something that Detective McWilliams wanted, being the lead detective, he could have made that request, correct?
I would assume so. I don't know if we had a tobacco test, but sure.
I want to talk to you about Blue Star. We spent some time on that. Blue Star is the name brand, correct?
That's correct.
There's also like a luminol thing, correct?
Luminol was like the forefather. Blue Star is the next generation.
And Blue Star is a highly sensitive chemical, correct? That when, I should wait for your response, correct? It's a highly sensitive chemical, correct?
Yes.
You basically take a tablet or solution and you mix it with distilled water, correct?
Yes.
And then you put it into a bottle of sort
Yes.
and you spray it.
That's correct.
Now, you said today that, none of you had ever done it before, correct?
I personally had never used Blue Star or luminol in the past. I don't know about everybody else, particularly CSS Carpenter may have. I'm not sure.
As far as you know, he wasn't like a trained technician, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
And in fact, you guys used, as you described it, more like a weed sprayer rather than a misting bottle.
Right. I think that was based on, we just had a large area to cover, but yes, I would have preferred a misting bottle.
And you looked at the website at some point, correct?
I did.
And you know that it has false positives, correct?
That's correct.
It also tells you kind of the procedure on the website of how to do some of the, how to use it at a crime scene, correct?
Yes, they have tutorial videos and some other things, exactly that.
And one of the things, whether intentional or not, you used your own blood to determine a positive result. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you had a phlebotomist draw your blood, right?
that's correct.
You didn't take your knife and just cut your arm and let it bleed on the floor, correct?
No.
So, and we saw that picture where it kind of illuminates in that blue, in that positive, in that area where you had a known blood sample being your own.
Yes, in the master bathroom on the floor.
And you and the others had determined that that area wasn't part of the crime scene, so to speak.
Right, through our searching and to the best of our knowledge, nothing looked disturbed. It didn't look like anything had happened in there. So we chose that area.
On the website, it also says that there are kits available for that positive result, so you didn't arguably have to use your own blood. Correct.
There's a synthetic blood substance or something that you could use. Again, this is back in 2015. I didn't review the website until years later.
And there's also a negative control as well, correct? That, and not that this substance, but one of the procedures is that you should use a negative control, something that there's no blood or substance on there to see, how it reacts, correct?
That would probably be a good procedure, yes.
And when you guys use this Blue Star, you were looking for the luminescence, correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, when you spray the Blue Star on objects, it doesn't have to be a floor, correct?
That's correct.
It can be any object.
Yes.
It will illuminate, but it's for a short period of time, correct?
On a positive for blood, anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes was my understanding back then, and I confirmed through the website.
And it's kind of enough to take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of the point, that you have enough time to take the picture as it illuminates or illuminesce. I don't know what the right term is.
Luminescence, yes.
You talked to us about false positives also will illuminesce, correct?
Yes, to a lesser degree, and for not as long of a duration.
So it's less than that 2 minutes or, that 30 seconds to 2 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And when we look at this is kind of, I don't want to compare, but it's almost like the Kastle-Meyer test. It's a presumptive test, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's so that it leads to the next thing to do, correct?
It could be, yes.
So if you see something that illuminates blood, the suggestion from Blue Star is to have it tested, correct?
Exactly, to have a swab taken of that area to later test in the lab for presence of blood.
One of the benefits of Blue Star is it doesn't inhibit or destroy DNA, correct?
That's correct.
When we talk about the luminescence of a false positive, we're talking an interpretation by the viewer, correct?
Yes.
There's no like scale, so to speak, of how much it illuminates for blood versus, you know, another substance, correct?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned that the Blue Star works when it reacts to a component of the blood, correct?
Yes.
It's actually the iron, right?
I believe so. It's just a blood reagent, so I don't define it any further than that.
Okay, and it also reacts to certain household items such as bleach, correct?
Yes.
And there's a study on the website that talks about the things that could give it a false positive, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Varnishes is another one.
Yes.
Certain household cleaning agents, correct?
Yes.
Even some foods.
I'm not familiar with that, but I didn't review the whole website.
Potassium was one of the ones, bananas, that would react to it. You didn't review that though.
I didn't. All I saw was copper was one, but that's the only other reagent, or that's the only other substance that I'd read.
So being that you hadn't used this before, this was your first time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Hold on a sec. I want to next talk about, just go back, the bottle. I think we talked a little bit about the bottle today.
The bottle, the neck that was found
The
under
neck
the couch?
that was found underneath the couch,
Yes.
correct? You had shown us that when the couch was lifted on its back, that there was kind of an indentation of the felt underneath, correct?
Yes,
You pointed that out.
I did.
And that the couch had been moved back and forth depending on what the law enforcement, crime scene specialists, and forensic scientists were doing in that general living room area.
Yes.
And when that bottle was found, that was on the 21st, correct?
It was.
You guys were lifting up that couch, correct?
At that time on the 21st, yeah, we were physically lifting it off the ground to impound it.
All the items that were going to be taken from the house that were smaller had already been taken, correct?
Yes.
And you and the other detectives and I think Mark Carpenter were getting the big stuff.
On the last day, on the 21st, yes, that's correct.
And I think we had heard about the that you guys used like a box truck from U-Haul, correct?
Yes.
And you gathered up the couch and put that and all the big stuff in there, correct?
I didn't personally, but I know it was done.
You had talked about earlier today, you know, you got your gloves out of your bag, correct?
Correct.
As I understand it, you were wearing gloves to collect all the other stuff, correct?
Yes, yeah. So if
So-
we were impounding items, especially the one that we knew had blood on it, I had gloves on.
Now, you were changing or not changing your gloves for the other items that you were picking up?
I didn't pick up any other items. It was just that the couch was such a large item. I mean, I think the coffee tables and other things were impounded prior to that. But I was only part of the lifting crew, as it were, because the couch was so big.
So you only were part of the lifting crew on the couch, correct?
Correct.
So you had gloves on, you, I don't want to say walking with your hands in your pocket, but you were definitely not touching other items, correct?
That's correct.
So when you lifted up the couch and you guys found that bottle, you were the person that took off their gloves and then grabbed your bag and got new gloves, correct?
That's correct.
And just so I'm clear, you were not the only detective there, correct?
I was not.
There was Detective Lockerbie.
Yes.
There was Detective Carpenter was there as well.
Yes.
And that's Scott Carpenter.
Scott Carpenter, yes.
We had just mentioned another Carpenter crime scene specialist. His name is Mark,
That's
correct?
correct.
So you took the items, the gloves out of your bag, and you took that bottle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you put it on your finger.
I did.
And you put those tan gloves on, correct, before you did that?
That's correct.
And then that bottle was impounded, correct?
It was.
Next thing I want to talk to you about is the shoe impressions, okay?
Okay.
We talked about them at length, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you're looking at the floor or the scene, you don't know what's relevant.
That's correct.
So you guys are collecting or making note of things that could be relevant.
Yes.
And hold on one second, it was out of order. We talked about the L1 and L2.
Yes, we did.
179. I'm going to talk to you about. Just get it from Vince. Oh, it's right there. Show you what's marked as exhibit number 179. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
That one's L2. We talked about that shoe impressions, and Elisa Schmaltz came in and talked to us about the diamond hexagonal shape. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were able to see that when you were at the scene, correct?
At some point, not initially, but eventually, yes.
And for your investigation, that was just another lead, correct?
That was an item that we looked at.
We'll hear from other people about this, but that shoe print was common, that sole print with a Van shoe. Is that correct?
That's one of the manufacturers that has that sole, yes. There are others.
And you had talked about one of your roles was to interview the Scottsdale Fire Department folks who came in the house, correct?
Yes, I interviewed Adam Arrington, one of the firefighters.
And one of the tasks that came after that was all the firefighters got their shoes soles photographed, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, today, after reviewing all the reports, not one of them was wearing a Vans type shoe, correct?
that's correct, yes.
And as far as you are aware, being the case agent now reviewing all the reports, no other law enforcement personnel was wearing that type of sole, possibly a Vans shoe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And same with the crime scene specialist, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, like I said, it was just another lead for the Scottsdale Police Department to follow up on.
Yes.
Going back to the bottle and the couch, we talked about the sticky floor being in that living room.
Yes.
The bottle was found near where that sticky floor was, correct?
Yes, within a few feet, yes.
Next thing I want to talk to you about is the blood pattern analysis or blood stain pattern analysis.
Yes.
Okay? You testified earlier that you went to a course given by Bevel, Gardner, and Associates, correct?
That's correct.
And Bevel is spelled B, finish it up,
Bevel,
and Gardner?
Gardner.
And you took that course in 2019, correct?
I did.
And that was in March.
It was.
And in 2019, you had already been a police officer for roughly 28 years?
Yes.
And during that course, you learned some stuff.
I did.
And in fact, if you would have taken that course prior to 2015, you might have done some things that were different, correct? As regarding to the scene.
To this scene. To clarify, I had some prior crime scene classes that had some bloodstain pattern analysis in them. It just was not a specific course. I don't know at the time if I would have done anything different. If we had more time, we were in there for 4 days, I would have liked to have had 90-degree photographs with scales that we could reproduce to measure some of the blood drops and things like that. So there would have been more. It was just a trade-off for, we'd already been there for 4 days.
So to continue along that theme, you might have done those things if you had taken the class and thought they were important at the time, correct?
Yes,
So you would have taken 90-degree photographs, correct?
I would have. That's just one of the things so that you can reproduce the image, yes.
And you would have taken measurements, correct?
Yes,
We have heard about the Faro being the crime scene measurements. That's on a macro level, is that correct?
yes,
So it takes measurements of walls, kind of wall-to-wall kind of stuff, and usually in feet and inches, not in the very small millimeters, correct?
that's correct.
And when you took that class, it was actually a 40-hour class, correct?
It was.
And this is the level 1 class offered by Bevel and Gardner, correct?
Yes,
And there are 3 levels.
there are.
And this course was designed to be an introduction to basic pattern recognition of blood stain and pattern, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that's level 2 is more the calculations, the scientific method, experimental design, even clothing experimentations, correct?
I'm not 100% sure what the curriculum is beyond the level I took, so I
Okay.
wouldn't be able to answer that.
And you didn't do level 2.
I did not.
And then there's even another 2 parts of that level between 2 and 3. There's like a participates in a mentorship with someone who's very experienced in this blood pattern analysis. You didn't do that either, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 3rd level is kind of the advanced blood pattern analysis, correct?
Again, I don't know what their curriculum is.
So one of the things that's important about blood pattern analysis is to understand the limitations of it, correct?
Yes.
And the goals or the things that you learn are, how to look at the impact angles of certain stains, correct?
That's one aspect of it, yes.
And to identify certain types of patterns, correct?
Yes.
And you had talked to us about some of those patterns, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you had told us that circular round would indicate a gravity, straight down, static, meaning not moving, stain, correct?
Right, that would be more deposited right at somewhat of a 90-degree angle, so,
And if it's oblong, it may be moving.
generally, the angle of impact we're talking, I wouldn't be able necessarily to say whether the object was moving, just whatever whatever angle the blood contacted that surface.
And again, this is not an exact science. Some people may even think it's not science, correct?
I wouldn't know.
It's an interpretation of a scene though, right? That's what you're getting trained for.
Correct.
You're getting trained to look at certain objects and the staining that appears on there, correct?
Yes.
And this is something that's actually, you got a certification on, correct?
I did.
And they even give you a little certificate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There's also standards for reporting blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
There are.
And when you're testifying or writing a report, you try to adhere to those standards, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you have to acknowledge is what you considered when making that report or even giving a testimony, correct?
Yes.
And so the ideal situation is to have succinct measurements of each of the stains, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you would want to photograph those at a 90-degree angle, correct?
Yes.
And then you would want to be able to reproduce that result, correct?
Yes. Ideally, we'd like to measure them from the scene rather than from a photograph to get an area of origin, for example, of where blood source started,
And because the scene was already processed and 4 years old, you didn't have that opportunity to do that, right?
That's correct.
So when you wrote the reports and now testifying, you're doing so based on your memory,
Yes,
the photographs that were taken at the scene,
that's correct.
and also some of the reports that were generated, correct?
I don't, could you rephrase that, please?
You considered everything that you had read to refresh your recollection so that you could make the analysis that you've given us this morning.
Yes.
Now, some of the items have that little L scale on the photograph, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's a little bit helpful, correct?
It is.
One of the other things that this class in blood pattern analysis kind of relies upon is that there's a presumption of anything that's red or brownish color is blood, correct?
From the class?
From the class, I'm going back to the 40-hour class, not away from the scene right now. But that's one of the presumptions that one should make, correct? When
Yes.
they're doing the blood pattern analysis at the scene.
Yes.
And you had the luxury, in this case, by doing the analysis in 2019 when the samples from the scene had already been tested, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And you knew which items had either tested positive for the Castlemeyer or confirmatory test of the hematrace, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So without going too far in, you knew the spots or staining that was blood, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So just as an example, you knew that that stain by the front door, letter A, was blood, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you knew that it was consistent with Allison's profile, correct?
That's correct.
And you had kind of talked about that stain having kind of an outer rim on it, correct?
Yes.
and that the interior of it was not as red.
Yes, that's correct.
I think you called it diluted blood, correct?
I did.
And they call it something else in the blood stain or blood pattern analysis thing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, who calls it?
When they talk about the definitions, just a second. I had it marked, just one second. They don't call it diluted blood, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what the question is. There's another term, it's called skeletonized or skeletonized drop, and that's where there's a darker outer ring of the blood and it's an artifact of drying. So blood drop will dry from the outside in, and so if somebody were to come over and wipe that off, you'd still see that skeletonized ring, but the center would be gone, for example.
And I think what I'm trying to say is, one, it's an altered stain, being that something else has interacted with it, correct?
That was my impression, yes.
Then, go back. Also, when you're doing your blood pattern analysis, you're basing it on what you see, what you can measure, and what you calculate from the information that you have or what you have, correct?
Yes.
And when the scene itself has been altered, that also matters, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
And to be fair and not misleading, you have to basically acknowledge that, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And blood pattern analysis, especially when a scene is altered, doesn't tell you what happened during, let's say, the incident, correct?
No, I would say it doesn't tell you specifically what's happened.
And when the scene's altered, or in this sense, I think you guys say cleaned up, that makes it more complex.
Oh, absolutely.
And because there may be multiple events that occurred, prior to you getting there.
Oh, absolutely. Again, some of those blood stains in the kitchen could have been drops that something was wiped through, which would alter the stain. Absolutely.
And like you were saying, there's multiple areas that you're examining, correct?
Yes.
I mean, we've said that the bathroom wasn't one of the areas that was part of the scene that your blood was in, the
That's
master bedroom. But the living room, yes.
Yes.
The foyer, yes.
Yes.
The hallway,
Yes.
the dining room,
Yes.
the kitchen.
Absolutely.
I mean, pretty much the whole rectangle of the house going into the backyard, correct?
Yes.
And again, this blood pattern analysis is really directed towards the blood patterns, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't tell you, literally what happened during an assault, for instance.
No, that's correct. That's why I kept some of the descriptions very limited in my report.
And you don't want to, for lack of a better word, editorialize when you're talking about blood pattern analysis.
Right, absolutely.
And you don't want to make any claims that are like unsubstantiated, correct?
That's correct.
Or using unsubstantiated data.
Yes.
A claim that might be unsubstantiated, which you see on CSI, was like the assailant was left-handed, right? That's one that they give an example of, isn't that correct?
If you say so.
But you would agree that you can't tell someone's left-handed by the blood pattern that was there, correct?
Not left-handed. They could say whether they use their left hand. possibly, but not that they are left-handed or right-handed.
You can't say the cast-off pattern showed the assailant was right-handed or left-handed, is what the ANSI ASB standard says. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay. So we're talking about that cast-off, the blood pattern can't tell you that, correct?
Their handedness as to which hand they favor,
Correct.
that's correct. It cannot.
And I think, again, this class for you, and examining the scene was another tool, correct?
Yes.
And you took this class after this case was already filed here in Superior Court, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to talk to you about the backyard for a moment.
Okay.
We talked about that pool tile, correct? That was found at the bottom of the pool.
Yes,
And that was on the side of the pool near the stairs. That's where it illuminesced. Is that correct?
that's correct.
The tile was actually in the pool, and that was not something that illuminesced. Is that correct?
That's correct. The tile had been broken off and was in the water. The edge of the pool was what was sprayed, and that luminesced. That's correct.
And we've talked about the pool tile, but actually there was two. Is that correct?
There were two broken tiles that had been broken off the pool when we got there. That's correct.
And you don't know when they were broken off, correct?
I don't.
But know that there were two broken off, and they weren't in the same place, correct?
That's correct. The one in particular we're talking about is directly straight out from that Arcadia door. There was another missing tile that was on almost like the exact opposite end, like kitty corner from that, on the back side of the pool.
And when we talk about the Blue Star again, we talk about that there may be a false positive, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you talked about was inside the house, you were concerned about the bleach
Yes.
or chlorine or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had mentioned that in one of the photographs, you could even see the chlorinizer in the pool, correct?
The floating, the whatever that's called, right? The that you put the tablets in.
And when we look at like something like Blue Star and you spray it on something, there's always a risk that you don't know what was underneath there, correct? Meaning you don't know how that floor had previously been cleaned.
That's correct.
So if Allison had a cleaning person in her house, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you don't know what she cleaned with, correct?
I don't.
And so there's a possibility that the Blue Star could have reacted with any bleach type item that was there prior to the homicide. Is that correct?
That's plausible, yes.
And we're talking when we're looking at, evidence, and especially like Blue Star or the blood pattern analysis, we're talking about possibilities, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about that blood pattern analysis, I mean, it even talks about the objective is to give kind of a mechanism that could have caused or been the source of the stain that you're seeing. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're talking about these things as possibilities, and as a detective of, now it's, 30-something years, right? You follow leads, right?
Yes.
You use tools,
Yes.
and those tools are what helps the police investigate cases.
That's correct.
And for you, the more tools that you have in your tool belt the more you have to choose from in the appropriate circumstance.
Yes, that's correct.
Much like carrying the little shoulder bag, you had the tools that you needed in that moment.
Yes.
Take away from whatever your cohorts said. But that's important.
Yes, it is.
And just have one moment. Detective Heinzman, you have a binder in front of you.
Yes, I do.
It's exhibit number 18.
Yes, it is.
It's about 8 inches thick.
Yep,
You wrote a lot of reports in this case.
I did.
You did a lot of work in this case.
I did.
You didn't write a report, though, documenting when you found the bottle. You put it on your finger, I should say, correct?
I don't believe I referred to that in my report.
Okay. The last thing that I want to touch on is kind of your process. Generally speaking, when you as a detective, when you get a tip or a lead, you follow up on it, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, when you got a tip or a lead, you followed up on it and I mean Scottsdale Police Department and obtained a buccal swab. Is that correct?
Most of the time, yes. I wouldn't be able to say every time, no.
And when you got that buccal swab, I think I had talked to you about, people in the neighborhood, people in the, that were connected to Allison, correct?
Yes.
You guys also looked at people who were not connected to Allison who may have had something to do with this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And like you traveled, I think you told us you traveled to New Mexico.
Yes, I did.
You looked at people that didn't live in that general Scottsdale neighborhood that had been convicted of sex crimes, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And other detectives, looked at that.
Yes, not me personally on all of them, but yes.
But the Scottsdale Police Department looked at least 170 males, correct?
That number's pretty accurate.
And each of them, as a buccal swab was obtained, each of them, there was a request made to the crime lab to have that buccal swab profile generated, correct?
Yes,
And that profile compared to PMH.
that's correct.
And you already testified, there was an interview, but generally speaking, when they did not match PMH and that interview was completed, nothing red flag-ish stood out, they were eliminated, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't go down that rabbit hole any further.
Not generally, no.
That's all the questions I have for today. Thank you.
And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Judge.
Gonna again have to jump around a little bit to cover some of the things defense asked you about, but let's just pick up right there. I just want to be clear. I didn't ask you a lot of questions about what you did after sort of the initial scene and sort of month or so thereafter, is it your understanding you're going to testify again potentially next week or the week after about a bunch of people that you assisted with contacting and interviewing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I don't want it to be this impression that we're, just avoiding that or something, but we're gonna have you come back and you're gonna be here anyway. Fair
Yes, I
enough.
will.
So, I want to start, just to be clear, and I'm not gonna go ask you every single question I asked you in my first questioning, and I'm not gonna ask you everything defense asked you. The jury has heard it. But you were a detective. You started as a detective in 2006, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And some of these are leading just to get through it, but then you moved to the VC Violent Crimes in 2012.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions earlier on about diluted blood and the bloodstain pattern. Um, is there bloodstain pattern in that class that you took? Is there information about diluted blood and what you might look for?
There's a companion textbook that I purchased that had a small section on diluted blood and actually had a photograph of diluted blood on a sink basin.
And so you didn't just make up this word diluted and then bring it in and somehow draw some conclusion. We actually saw the pictures and you told us what made you think that was potentially diluted.
Yes, in the Bevel Gardner and Associates version 3 or book, they actually refer to that, and that's where they use the term diluted. That's where I got that term.
And why, we see the pictures, we heard you testify, you said you can see that and kind of interpret that was potentially diluted with a clear liquid. Why do you make that distinction?
I made the distinction of a clear liquid because there was nothing else in it. It wasn't opaque. It wasn't a dark color. It didn't seem to affect the color of the blood stain. So I made the determination that it was clear.
And to be fair, we've heard this, but there was items in the pool. The tile was in the pool.
It was.
That had blood on it.
It did.
The hair clump was in the pool.
Yes.
The earring was in the pool.
Yes.
The mat was in the pool.
That's correct.
Okay. And that dress that we've seen, that was on Allison's face, kind of, we've seen the pictures. I'm not going to show them right now, but it wasn't like laid out like neatly. It was kind of thrown on her face. Is that an accurate way to describe what we've already seen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So because we've talked about the tile also, I'm just going to jump to that. Defense brought up this other tile. So you described it as a missing tile. Was there another tile ultimately located?
There was.
Where was that?
It was actually in the alley right outside that gate, on the southeast corner of the property.
And did that have any blood on it to your knowledge?
No.
Did that have any hair on it?
No.
Okay. You talked about there being you were questioned by defense about there being something poured on Allison's body. Obviously, we've seen some of these photographs, but was there a photograph taken of her navel?
Yes, there was.
And did you observe that liquid in her navel?
I did.
And I'm going to put this up, Judge. I think it's not really sensitive in the sense of what you can see, but it is in the sense of it is Allison's body. So I don't
Okay.
know what you want to do with that.
I will ask that this portion not be filmed of this photo.
And so this is Exhibit 519, and I've got one after this that that similarly it's just her body, but it's not overly sensitive. But is this kind of a navel with some liquid in it?
Yes, it is.
I go too far. And we actually heard from Dr. Ferentz about this potentially chemical burning that he observed on her body.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't know if we got lost somewhere along the way of that, but I'm going to show one more now while we have that admonition, Judge, if that's okay. Just again, it's a photo of Allison's body. It's not overly sensitive, but it is.
Okay.
It's the same.
And same for our cameraman. Please do not film this portion.
So this is Exhibit 530, previously admitted. I'm going to jump here because I want to do this while the camera's not filming it. So we heard from defense about these nails, and I just want to make sure kind of understanding what we were talking about. So what is this?
So this item, this photograph is a photograph of, taken at autopsy at the medical examiner's office of Allison's left hand. And primarily what we see is that third digit, the middle finger, has what appears to be a nail broken off of it. And then that ring finger or fourth finger has what appears to be a chip broken off of it.
So you said the third digit, which is this middle finger,
Yes,
and obviously we can see that appears to be different. And then you mentioned the fourth digit as well.
yes, it appeared broken, and when we compared it to her right hand, all of her nails were intact.
And so, how many nails did you find at the house?
One.
Okay, so I'm gonna move to admit and publish 667 and 668 by stipulation.
And is that correct? It's ordered admitting 667 and 668 into evidence.
I'm kind of gonna go back and forth between this because I just want to show the jury, kind of recognize. Detective, when you went to the autopsy,
Yes, I did.
so you were able to see what we're looking at in this photo as well?
Yes, that's correct.
I think we covered this already with Dr. Ferentz, but just to be clear, when you attend an autopsy, are you next to the doctor? Are you watching from somewhere? Can you just give me like a 30-second so we understand how you were able to see this?
So that each bay that they have to perform the examinations, there's a little cutout area. There's a window that we can stand and watch. There's also a camera in the ceiling that we can control if we need to zoom in on something. And the doctor will usually keep us informed of anything. So in something like this, he may have pointed out that this is what we have. And at the very end, we'll get a photographs of the examination, as is this one.
But to be fair, you're not touching her body or conducting any part of the autopsy personally yourself.
No, we're not in the room. We're on the other side of the window.
So now I'm going from 530 to 668 just to show, is this that nail that was found under the table?
Yes, this is a photograph of that piece of broken nail that we found under the table. It's been lifted up and placed on an envelope with a scale next to it.
And just to be fair, just looking with your eyes, can you kind of tell us if it appears to be consistent with the broken third digit of Allison's hand?
Yes, where we talked about earlier, almost that fracture matching that we talk about. You can see the break in the nail appears to match the broken part on her finger.
And I'm just going to show 667. This is just showing that the property marker, as well as just another view of that broken nail. So Detective, kind of going to jump around a little bit again. We heard about the trash. We've heard a lot about the trash. You mentioned that you have been in violent crimes for now 14 years, right? Roughly?
That's correct.
Give or take. So presumably you've been to other homicides?
Yes, I have.
And sometimes do you look in the trash?
Regularly, all the time, we look in the trash.
And sometimes do you even find things in the trash?
Yes, absolutely.
In this case, we heard about the receipt in the recycling. We heard about the pizza guy. But in this case, you looked in the trash. Did you find anything in this case that was of evidentiary value based on your training and experience?
I did not.
Was it essentially consistent with garbage that appeared to be household garbage that could have been from Allison's home?
That's correct.
So, again, not to belabor the point, but if you had found a broken bottle in the trash, would you have noted that and perhaps taken that?
Absolutely. It
Or-
would have been photographed and impounded.
Or some bloody gloves?
Absolutely.
Right, okay. Now, I'm going to show you this one. Should have showed it before, but this is not sensitive, I don't think, Judge, but just going back, the point of this exhibit, previously admitted 58, is right here. You can see Allison's left hand.
Yes.
Can you? It's a little bit more grainy up there than it is on the printout, but maybe, yeah, no better. And that third digit appears to be intact.
That's correct.
Okay. And we know from Alex, this is this Valentine's celebration in February 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close this for the moment just so I don't inadvertently put something over there. We've heard also about a lot about PMH and testing and who requests tests, but I want to ask you, do you know, at the time that this case came to the lab, we heard from Miss Beamer that some of the available tests included for semen, blood, or saliva. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding those are things the detectives could have requested if they wanted to? Could you test it for these substances?
Yes, I believe so. I don't think we were, again, doing saliva tests at the time.
And you know that there were tests done of PMH as it related to blood,
Yes.
and there were still semen tests perhaps being done. It was of Miss Beamer noted, but nothing about semen was requested or done as to PMH. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I guess my question here is largely, when defense says that it wasn't tested as far as what it could have been, is it your understanding, at least when it comes to Scottsdale Crime Lab, that there are only certain tests they're able to do?
Yes.
So it's again not like CSI in the sense of you can't just put something on. You can't necessarily determine what something is via the Scottsdale Crime Lab in the universe of what a substance could be. They don't have the capability to test for an almost infinite amount of possibilities. Is that fair? It's probably a bad question, but
That's correct.
and the point I guess I'm trying to get at ultimately is you get PMH off the floor, you get this, these swabs are taken of PMH, and at the time that this is done, what we heard from Ms. Beamer already is a saliva test would have taken up a ton of the swab if it was able to be done.
That was my understanding, yes.
And does the DNA test take up some swab?
It does.
And so every time a test is done or needs to be done, some of the swab may be utilized.
Yes, it'd be consumed in the process of testing.
Consumed is a good way. And ultimately, if you consume too much of it, it might be gone.
Yes, that's correct. We did not take an infinite number of swabs. There were only 4, I believe.
And we heard from Ms. Beamer that some of the swab is saved in case, for instance, defense wants to obtain a piece of the swab for their own purposes.
That's correct.
Okay. So defense made, in the end of his questioning to you right before we broke for lunch, he asked you about DNA, and he said that it's a stain, or a tool or a lead. Is that right?
Yes.
So my question there is, defense asks you about all these tools you have in your toolkit, but detective, in your experience as a police officer, are all tools created equal?
No, they're not.
And in your experience, is DNA more discerning than perhaps finding, piece of what we might call just a trace or maybe gunshot residue somewhere? Is DNA going to be more discerning as to identifying a person than something like that?
An outside scope of cross.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
Yes, I would believe so.
So defense asked you about DNA just being a tool or a lead. And the point I'm trying to get at in my questioning here is DNA in this case was able to point you to, at this point in the investigation, we'll call it unknown male number 1, call it, okay?
Yes.
And so you have this information on February 25th, unknown male. And we had questions of Detective Lockerbie, and we'll get to it with Ms. Beamer. But as part of your role in this investigation as the years progressed, did you focus on the results from unknown male number 1?
Yes.
Did those results ultimately end up matching a few other things in the house?
Yes.
Does that also help you focus your investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the point ultimately of this line of questioning is your goal in this, homicide investigation, part of it is to find out who did this.
That's correct.
As a detective with years of experience in multiple homicides, are you always able to determine exactly what happened step by step when someone is murdered?
No, actually, very rarely are we able to determine that.
And so I guess that brings me to my next kind of line of questioning, and that is we went through the bloodstain pattern and the blue star, and defense hit on this might be the only thing strike that. Defense hit on this, and ultimately, this scene smelled of bleach,
It did.
and there were diluted blood drops.
Yes.
Was there any indication in your estimation that, this Allison's body had been, either her body had been moved or something with blood on it, with her blood on it had been moved through the house?
That's a fair assumption based on the totality of the scene.
And so my point here is that, sometimes doing bloodstain analysis, might you be able to determine if somebody, for instance, used their right hand?
You can. In a simpler example would be like a cast-off pattern or something that we were referring to earlier. It could be determined if you know where that person was standing, that the pattern would tell you which hand it would be used.
And I think you mentioned on your initial questioning that, leaving, or you might have a void pattern, or you might have an item with blood on it that you could then say, well, that item at one point was here, because we can see in the bloodstain pattern where that might have been at one point.
Yes, that's correct.
So there are things that you can tell with bloodstain pattern analysis that that we're not saying you can do here.
That's correct.
Is part of that reason because this scene was so extensively cleaned?
Yes, it was absolutely altered.
Does that same kind of line of questioning apply to the blue star, in the sense that you're not sitting here, or are you, detective? Are you saying that because there's a blue star luminescence that must be blood?
No,
It could be bleach,
it could be.
could be something else that potentially reacts with the blue star chemical.
It could be.
And again, was it important, even at the time you did blue star in February of 2015, was it important information, or could it have been important information to find out where there might be, for instance, bleach on the floor?
Yes.
And the reason I'm bringing this up, detective, is because defense he called it a false positive, saying, well, this is not all blood, but you from the start, you never said that this blue star must be blood.
No.
And was there evidence, for instance, of spray over on the knobs?
There was.
We've heard that from other witnesses. Did you see that?
Absolutely did.
And that spray over is that like whitish coloring that appears to be something of a liquid nature.
And beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled, can you approach, please? I don't know if you want to use the next 2 minutes or it's up to you.
We can stop, Judge. I think I might have, I got to reorient myself now with my notes here.
Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 3 o'clock hour. Let's go ahead and take that break, and I'll see you back in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and at this time, the state may continue with their redirect of Detective Heinzelman.
Detective, I only have a handful of questions left for you. You were asked about the belly button liquid being sent out for testing to see if anything could be learned of it. That's sort of one of defense's lines of questioning. DPS, that's another crime lab in the state of Arizona.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, I don't want to get too far into that report. You didn't do that testing yourself. I mean, this might be an obvious question, but right?
I did not do that testing.
Okay. And ultimately, was it that person who tested that sample, were they sort of unable to include or exclude the possibility of bleach as the substance in her navel?
Yes, that's correct.
Sound right? Okay. Now, you were asked some questions. Well, again, we're going to jump around here. You were asked about the bottle being found and that you didn't write in your report, quote, that you put it on your finger, something along those. That was in cross-examination?
Yes, that's correct.
But I just wanted to be clear, you were present for the finding of this bottle, and the collection, finding, impounding, all of those things were documented in reports.
Yes.
You just didn't write, and then I put it on my gloved finger, so to speak.
Yes, I didn't write that. Other people had documented it, but I was there and I have an independent recollection of it as well.
Documented the collection of the bottle?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
I have a couple more questions about because defense asked you about the cleaning of the house and the Blue Star and things like that. So after you took this class in 2019, you write your report. Did you have anybody kind of take a look at your reports, given that this was a newer area of expertise for you?
Yes, I reached out to Michael Meislich. He works for the county attorney's office, and he's well-known in bloodstain pattern analysis.
And ultimately, you said that you took the class in 2019, but throughout the course of your career, going back to being a patrol officer even, have you responded to crime scenes that had blood?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's been an ongoing experience in your line of work to see blood at crime scenes and have sort of conversations or understandings of what may or may not have happened based on the blood you see.
Yes, I've never written a comprehensive report like this one in particular, but every scene that there is blood stains, I will look and I will make a determination as to what I believe caused the stain.
And again, the point of that is not to say that, blood stain is the end all and be all, but it is to note that it's not just because you took the class in 2019 that you have some knowledge of blood stains and their connection to violent crimes.
That's correct.
And now, when it goes to the cleaning the defense talked to you about, I want to show you a couple of the Blue Star photos we already went over. I'm not going to show you many, but 621 here. And sorry, these are hard to see, especially with this projector, just because of them being so dark and the glare. So, but I'm not going to boot up the PowerPoint again just for the few points I want to make here. So this, we see some of the Blue Star in this. We showed this already with the edge of the pool.
Yes.
And I'll get to my point in just a second, I promise. 623, that edge.
Yes, 623 is the edge of the pool by the stairs where that broken tile was broken off and in the pool.
We've already heard this testimony, but for a reminder to the jury, was there a Castlemeyer, the presumptive test for blood, done in this area?
There was. Prior to applying the Blue Star reagent, a Castlemeyer presumptive test was performed on that area where the tile was missing. It was positive for blood.
And that was before even applying the Blue Star. You were under the impression or that there was a presumptive positive test for blood in this area?
Yes, that's correct.
And remind us, if you can, on this picture, where the earring was?
So the earring was found on that third stair down, so roughly about the middle of the photograph, literally almost directly under the blue, the reagent luminescence there.
Okay, and then this is 622. That's the same point of view, but just darker.
Yes, this is just that same photograph with no ambient light, just what you can see, just the luminescence from the blue star.
And 625 again, and moving towards the house. We've already talked about these. I'm not going to belabor it, but 634, the inside with the blue star.
Yes.
And the point I'm getting at here is you're applying this blue star, and defense asks you questions. Well, at the point you're applying this, you can't tell necessarily if this chemical was reacting, for instance, to Allison's having cleaned her house.
Yes. I'm acknowledging the question.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question largely is, you can't say it's fair that you know when the substance was deposited that gives you this reaction. I think that's defense's point, right?
That's correct.
But looking at this, having been in the scene, is this consistent with the visible blood that you were able to see?
Yes, absolutely.
So as a detective, you are, especially as a case agent, are you looking at a case in each piece of evidence in a vacuum?
No.
And that maybe a vacuum is the wrong way to phrase it, but each piece of evidence without consideration to anything else?
No.
So when you're looking, for instance, at this area outside the door and the illumination, you're not looking at that without the foreknowledge, for instance, of the blood that you're aware of that's inside the house, for instance.
That's correct. And additionally, there was visible blood on that stoop on the outside of the Arcadia door there, which shows some luminescence there.
I think that makes my point there. And the last kind of line of questioning, detective, that I'll finish up with for you here, unless the jury has additional questions for you, is defense asks you some questions about the shoes and the various leads and tools that you might have as a investigation progresses. So, defense asked you if the shoe brand was related to Vans, and in cross-examination you clarified to him that was one of multiple brands that it could have been that the detectives were informed of. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, as a detective, might you get, for instance, in an investigation, might you get a grainy surveillance video showing a figure walking down the street?
Yes.
And then from that video, you might be able to tell some things about that person. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You might get a general clothing description, or you might get a general height or weight, things like that.
Yes.
But taking that information, would you be able to then go out into the world and say, based on that grainy video, I can say that this individual was present on that surveillance footage?
No, not in your example, not that alone.
So my point there is, when you have a shoe that could be one of multiple brands as a potential lead, are you able to go out in the world and say, John Smith wore that shoe on this date?
No.
But in this case, you were able to, as of February 25th, say that there was one person out there who at least left, whose DNA is found in Allison Feldman's home.
Yes, that's correct.
May I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen from the jury, if anyone has a question for this witness, we will collect it at this time. This is 16. Well, 16. And you may approach.
that can help determine, right?
So you need more information than just a swipe on a wall,
That's correct.
or swipe's a technical term, a pattern or stain on a wall, correct?
Yes.
So it's more information that you can glean to make that determination of whether the person used a left hand or a right hand or, something like that, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further on that.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And the next question is, are you aware whether or not victim's pool was heated?
I don't believe it was.
Any follow-up by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused, subject to recall next week particularly.
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
And the state calls Brian Hiner.
Want me to get him? Oh, you got him.
Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll have you sworn in.
Brian, B-R-Y-A-N, Hiner, H-I-N-E-R.
Raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Brian Hiner. I am currently a lieutenant with the Scottsdale Police Department. At the time of this incident, I was a detective working in our violent crimes unit.
Let me take you back a little bit. First of all, how long have you been employed total with Scottsdale Police Department?
20 years.
Prior to Scottsdale Police Department, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No,
And so you said 20 years, so did you start around 2005?
yes, I was hired in 2005 and I graduated the academy in January of 2006.
Okay, so we're right at 20 years.
We will be at 20 years in 4 days.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's start with the roles that you've had in Scottsdale Police Department since the academy, briefly.
Okay. Out of the academy, I was a patrol officer, assigned to a nighttime patrol. From there, I was assigned as a detective in our domestic violence unit, where I spent a couple of years. And then I was in our violent crimes unit, where I worked for about 5 years. Following that, I was promoted to sergeant and went back to patrol, where I worked for several years as a patrol sergeant. Then I filled a role in internal affairs for about 3 years as an internal affairs investigator, and then was promoted to lieutenant, where I'm a nighttime watch commander.
What is a nighttime watch commander?
I'm responsible for the patrol activities in the city during the evening times.
Okay, so we've established through other witnesses that when you get a promotion, and I think you gave the example as a sergeant, you became a sergeant over the patrol division.
That's correct.
When you get a lieutenant promotion, do you go back and do the same thing? You start as a lieutenant in the patrol division?
Yes.
Okay, and so is where you are now an arm of that?
Yes, I'm on patrol.
All right. So you mentioned that at the time of the incident, so I'm going to draw your attention to February of 2015, specifically February 18th of 2015, you mentioned that you were assigned as a detective in the violent crimes unit.
That's correct.
Okay. On this particular date specifically, were you asked to respond to 8526 East Monterey Way?
Yes, I was.
Prior to going out to that location, were you made aware of the nature of the investigation?
I was told it was a homicide investigation.
Do you recall who asked you to respond on that date and approximate time?
It was Sergeant Davidson, and I believe it was around 5:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. Is that around the time you were called or when you actually got to 8526?
I don't recall. My office wasn't that far away, so I don't know.
Which leads me to my next question. You said your office wasn't that far away. Were you responding from work?
I was working at the time, but certainly my duties include interviews and other things. I don't know if I was in the office when I received the call or if I was out carrying out some other duty.
Okay, so you were either in the office or in the field doing something else.
Correct.
Okay. By the time that you got to the Monterey address, were there other personnel from Scottsdale Police Department already there?
Yes.
Before you got assigned to do anything in particular that day, did you participate in any sort of briefing?
I don't recall the specifics of it, but certainly I would have been briefed on the nature of the homicide and some basic details to assist me in doing interviews and gathering evidence.
Okay, let me ask you this. We've heard from other law enforcement witnesses that sometimes there's these larger briefings that take place. Given that everybody is not arriving at the same time, it's probably fair to say you can't wait for everybody to get there before you do a briefing. Is that a large-scale briefing?
Yeah, most of the time that's true. It just depends on the nature of the individual case. But yes, on a case where it's going to involve dozens of people assisting, you're not going to wait for all of them.
Okay, so when stragglers start to come that aren't there initially, do you then connect with somebody who can give you a general idea of what's going on so you can understand what your role is going to be?
Yeah, that's the sergeant's job that runs the unit to brief the detectives or whoever and give their assignment.
Okay, so you get there, you mentioned that someone likely gave you some information about, some at least basics about what was going on with the investigation. So could you tell the jury what you were asked to do first when you arrived?
So the first thing I was asked to do was go to the neighbor's house and assist in gathering video evidence. The neighbors had a DVR system with several cameras around their house. One of them happened to pick up a portion of the victim's home.
Okay, so yesterday we had Detective Heinzelman on the stand and we got to see some of that video. Are we referring to the Politos when you say the neighbor's home?
Yeah, Brian and Francesca Polito.
Okay, so you went over to the home?
Yes.
Were you by yourself or assisting another detective?
No, Detective Jones was with me.
Okay. Do you recall there being any other detectives there as well?
Not initially, I don't recall. I noted in my report that eventually I called in one of our detectives from our forensic, it was computer crimes at the time is what we called them, to assist with recovering all of the video because of the quantity of it.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you got to the Politos, do you remember Detective Scott Carpenter being there?
I don't recall.
Okay, because I know a few of you were involved in this process. So tell us what you learned about the surveillance system while you were there. You mentioned there were lots of cameras, so tell us how you learned about this.
So if I remember right, they had a DVR system, a digital video recording system, and it was hooked up to, I think, their TV at the time, and they could show me the different cameras they had that all faced most of them were tightly focused on openings of their house, a window or a door or something, but they had one that was labeled like office exterior, and part of that screen happened to catch the house next door.
Okay.
And so that was the one that we focused on. The rest didn't seem to have any bearing on this case.
Okay. So the other cameras, and I think we heard this from Detective Heinzelman as well, focused on areas of the Polito's home versus capturing the Feldman residence.
That is correct.
While you were there and you got to view some of the surveillance video, did you end up collecting any of it that day?
I collected about 24 hours worth right then, just so that we could try to review it more in depth, and then had the rest of it collected later.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had called somebody out from the forensics team.
Yeah.
Is that who eventually collected more of it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything additional with the portion of the video that you collected?
Well, eventually we took the video and we provided it to another agency to help us review it to see if they could enhance it at all, because part of the problem with the video is it was dark out, and since The video, the purpose of the cameras from the Polito's point of view was to watch their own home. Anytime the Feldman home was dark, it was really, really difficult to make out anything. So we were looking to see if we could get any help enhancing that video. And so we sent it to it's called the Rocky Mountain Information Network.
Okay.
They assist law enforcement.
And do you guys refer to it by the acronym of RIMN?
We call them Rimmon.
Okay. And it's my understanding they weren't really able to do anything additional. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Other than going to the Politos on the 18th, did you have any additional involvement on that particular day?
Not that day.
Were you ever on that particular day asked to go inside of the Feldman residence?
No.
Did your next involvement in the case occur the following day on February 19th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know throughout the course of your involvement in the case, you didn't do too many things, but there are specific things. So I want to let you know ahead of time that there is a binder up there. It is turned to a tab that says Hiner, which is you. So if at any time I ask you something that you feel like you would need to refer to your report, just let us know. We'll give you time to look at it, put it aside, and then let me know when you're ready, okay?
Okay.
So what were you asked to do first on February 19th, 2015?
I believe that I was at the command van and UPS attempted to make a delivery to the Feldman home, but because we had crime scene tape up and our presence there, they were unable to make the delivery. So I went down and spoke with the UPS driver and collected the packages.
Did you identify who that person was?
I did identify him. His name was Ed Pfeiffer.
Okay. And so you collected the packages?
Yes.
And this contact was at the scene itself, or at least some distance from the scene?
It was just down the street from the scene, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think prior to actually making contact with Mr. Pfeiffer, you had been doing something at the scene prior to that. You were already there, so do you recall what you were doing that day?
I don't recall. If my report says I could refer to it, but
Okay. You were there, though.
I was there.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was it your understanding, we've heard from other detectives, that typically while this house was being processed over the course of the 4 days, a lot of you would meet and kind of start the day with a briefing at that command van?
Yeah, this was a little bit unique in the respect of how long that scene was held. And so I went to the command van and I would have got my assignment from there. And so I don't know why I was just there at that point. Maybe I hadn't got an assignment yet, or
Okay.
and that's why I was asked to go talk to the UPS driver.
Okay. You just remember that you were there.
Yes.
Okay. So you spoke to Mr. Pfeiffer and you mentioned that you took the packages from him.
Yes.
Did you open those packages?
Yes.
Anything particular to tell us about the packages?
No, they were addressed to Allison Feldman. One contained acne medicine, and the other a piece of clothing.
Okay.
Didn't seem related.
After you collected the packages, did you then separate yourself, at least for a little bit, from Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes, yes. I once I collected the packages from him, I dismissed him, and he continued his route, I imagine.
At some point later on that same day, did you end up recontacting Ed Pfeiffer?
Yes. So some information was given to another detective from a coworker or acquaintance of Allison's that she had had a problem with a persistent UPS driver that was attempting to, I guess, ask her out. And so knowing that Ed Pfeiffer was the UPS driver that made the delivery, I recontacted him and he agreed to meet with me at the police station that evening at around 6:30 p.m.
Okay. And did you interview him?
I did. I interviewed him as to what his relationship had been with her, and he said that he had been driving on that route on and off for the last 5 years, but that he had never had a personal relationship with her. When I asked him specifically about the tip that I was following up on about a persistent UPS driver, he admitted that once he left his phone number on a package, but never heard anything from her and never pursued it any further. I interviewed him as to his whereabouts during the time frame that we believed that she was killed, and he provided an alibi that he was with his children and he was at Taco Bell or sleeping at his home during that time. I asked him to take off his shirt so I could look for any wounds that he might have. Didn't observe any, and he voluntarily, upon my request, gave a DNA sample.
Okay. Was your interview with him recorded?
Yes, it was.
Were you then responsible, were you the one who actually collected the buccal swab from him, the DNA, or did you have somebody else do that?
I don't recall if I personally did it. I always did these interviews with a partner, and so whether I collected or my partner did, I don't know. It might be in my report. I could check if you want.
Okay, if you could, please.
Yes, if you give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I collected it from him.
did you then impound it at some point?
Yes, I did.
After you finished up with Mr. Pfeiffer, were you then tasked to do a few more things as the day progressed?
Yes.
Okay, I think you were asked to follow up at the request of your sergeant on some additional surveillance video. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. A canvass had been done of the neighborhood, looking for information, any potential witnesses that would have information, as well as surveillance video. It wasn't nearly as prevalent then as it would be today. But there was a man that lived like down around the corner, I think it was on Earl, that had some surveillance video. I believe his name was Quinlan, Michael Quinlan. And so I was asked to go to his house and collect that. I went there, he showed me the video. It looked like one of his cameras faced the street, which was Earl. So I asked him to go ahead and download that for me. I think it took him a day, and I went back the next day and collected it.
Okay, and did you ultimately impound that?
I did.
Were you ever asked to watch it or simply collect it?
I was just collecting it. I was not tasked with watching all the video.
Throughout this investigation, is that a common practice? Certain detectives would go out, collect things, others would be asked to watch and take notes?
Yes, as you can imagine, when we start collecting 24 hours worth of video, even if you watch it at a pretty fast speed, there's a lot to watch, and so I couldn't do both. If I was going to be out in the field doing interviews and collecting things, I wouldn't have time to watch it all in any timely fashion.
Were you then asked later, after you collected the surveillance video from Mr. Quinlan, to do some documentation regarding Allison's Cox security system?
Yes, she had a Cox security system, and in her room there was like a security console that would display the date and time of every door that was open or closed. And so I went through and I recorded that for approximately like a 3-day period, just so we would be able to identify the exact time that any door was open or closed.
In order for you to do that, did you then have to go into the home?
I did.
Was that the only day during your role in the investigation that you were actually inside of the home?
Yes.
When you were inside of the home, did you wear any protective gear?
I wore booties and I wore gloves.
And then I think you mentioned you were tasked with just documenting the opening and closing of all of the doors.
Yes.
And then I think you created maybe some type of Word document or some type of document and attached it to your report.
Yeah, it was an Excel spreadsheet. I literally just listed all the dates and times of opens and closes.
Okay. Were you asked to do any analysis for that or simply just document?
Just documenting it.
Moving on to the rest of your day as we keep going, it looks like you were asked to assist another detective to interview a few individuals.
Yes.
I believe Detective Jones.
Yes.
And you did not write a supplement related to these particular interviews, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us why.
So when we would do interviews, we never did the interviews alone. That's the general practice anyway in Scottsdale, but especially on a homicide investigation, because the person we're coming in contact with potentially could be the suspect in the case. And so when we would do interviews, we would always do them in pairs. And but one of us would be tasked with the primary responsibility for conducting the interview and documenting it. And so I note in my report that I accompanied Detective Jones to do some interviews, but I was not the primary interviewer, nor would I be the one responsible for documenting it. Similar, his supplement would probably read something similar, like when I interviewed Ed Pfeiffer, the UPS man. That was my responsibility. I documented it, but he accompanied me to do that.
Do you recall the 2 interviews that you accompanied him to do?
I don't recall much of the details on them, no.
Not necessarily the details, but who they were with.
I have the names in my report. If I could refresh my memory, I could tell you their names.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
It looks like it was Casey Mosley and Jason Kellums.
Do you recall what these people's relationships were to Allison Feldman?
I believe one was a friend and one was someone who had dated her previously.
To your knowledge, were both of those interviews recorded?
Yes.
Now, I want to move on to, I think, what was your final involvement on February 19th of 2015, and it had to do with an individual that the jury has heard about, at least through a couple other witnesses. Specifically, one of them was Detective Minor, by the name of Raymond Barrero.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you were asked to do on February 19th concerning this particular individual?
Yes, Raymond Barrero was somebody who had frequented or lived in the neighborhood, but at the time he was in county jail. He had been arrested the day before by the Mesa Police Department for, I think it was a warrant, and I was asked to go and contact him at the county jail and interview him and collect a sample of his DNA.
Okay. And so you went and did this at the jail?
I did.
So you spoke with him, and then you said you collected his DNA?
Detective Jones actually did the collection in that case.
But you were present?
I was present.
And were photos taken of Mr. Barrero?
Yes, similar to what we did with Ed Pfeiffer, we asked Mr. Barrero to remove his shirt, and we took photos of his arms and chest and back.
Was that to look for any possible injuries?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that you interviewed him, and clearly at this point, is Scottsdale Police Department talking to these people, not knowing if they could potentially have been involved in the crime?
Correct.
Now, when you were interviewing him, did you make some observations about how he appeared from a physical and mental standpoint?
Yeah, Mr. Barrero I noted that he was slow, and he was really slow and deliberate in his movements. And when we talked about that, he said that, well, he gave 2 explanations. One, that he'd been in a motorcycle accident some years prior and wasn't wearing a helmet and sustained some injury in that. And he also said that he had Alzheimer's, like an early onset, and so he was slow to remember things as well.
Are these physical and mental observations that you're making of people important to assessing whether or not someone could possibly or not possibly be involved in a potential crime?
Yes, because my understanding of this homicide is that that Allison Feldman was physically attacked, and so it was important to understand the ability of these people that I'm talking to as to whether or not they potentially could have carried out such an attack.
Okay. As it relates to February 19th, 2015, was Mr. Barrero the last task that you had on that particular day?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to move along to February 24th and 25th, because I think the easiest thing to do is to go chronologically.
Okay.
It looks like the next thing you were asked to do was to contact 2 individuals by the name of Chad Irwin and Lana Settle.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we did a lot of neighborhood canvassing, looking for witnesses, video, and evidence that could help us to solve this crime. And during one of those canvasses, it was learned that there was a shed in the backyard of a particular residence not far away that had some people living in it. That was interesting to us because it's atypical for people to live in a shed. And so I was asked to go out there and interview those folks. And that's where I met Mr. Irwin and Miss Settle.
Okay. You spoke with both of them,
Yes.
and did you learn anything in speaking with either of them? You don't need to get into what was said. Did you learn anything helpful to this investigation?
No.
As it related to Chad Irwin, did you collect a DNA sample from him while you were there?
If you give me a minute, I'll refresh.
Yes.
It looks like Detective Jones collected it. So again, we were together, but he collected it in this case.
Okay, but you were present.
Yes.
And when these DNA samples were collected, I know I established it with a couple of other folks, but were they then taken back and impounded?
Yes.
Now, did he voluntarily, Chad Irwin, provide his DNA to you?
Upon request.
After you got done speaking with Chad and Lana, it looks like a little bit later you were asked to try and contact two other folks, one by the name of Laura Lyons and another by the name of David Baligian. I don't know if that's the correct, Baligian. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, there had been a neighborhood meeting to speak with neighbors, to gather information, and also just to, I guess, be upfront with the neighbors about what we were investigating and what we were looking for. At that meeting, sorry, refresh me on her name. What was it?
Laura?
Laura. Laura had brought some panties in a baggie to that meeting and turned them over to an officer. I was asked to go out and to go back to the collection site to document that with a CSS. And also there were a few other items. There was a water bottle that she had found next to them and a Chick-fil-A cup that had been discarded in the area. Both of those items were collected.
Okay, I'm going to break down a little bit of that. You mentioned that you went out with a CSS to collect that. We had heard testimony earlier in the trial from Bree McKenna about the collection of underwear. Is that the same underwear that we heard about earlier? Was she the one who did that with you?
Yes.
Okay. And then I know you mentioned you eventually collected a cup and a water bottle. Did that actually occur the following day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do an interview with Laura about how she got the underwear and kind of got some of the information about the particulars of where she found the items and who David was and things of that nature?
Yeah, there was like a light post or some kind of a pole outside of her home that she used as a marker. Like it was near that, I think she told me.
Okay. While you were out there, since you had collected some additional items on February 25th, did you do a little bit more canvassing just to see if there was anything else that you could put eyes on that might be helpful to the investigation?
Yes.
Did you see anything or find anything?
No.
Did you learn anything helpful other than collecting these items from Laura?
No.
And at some point, you also spoke with David.
Yes.
Baligian, and during that contact with David, did you obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes.
Did he provide that voluntarily?
He did.
All right, moving on to March 2nd.
Okay.
It looks like you were asked to follow up on a tip that had come into Scottsdale Police Department from a person by the name of Michelle Schulte, Schulte. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Again, lived in the neighborhood, and she said that her and her daughter had been driving in a car, and they saw a man riding a bike carrying a rusty pole, and they thought he was, for their words, creepy. And so went out to speak with them and see if we could possibly locate this individual for further information.
Did they provide a description?
I believe they did.
Other than that, were they really able to tell you anything else?
No, just that they'd seen him, and then later they reported back that they saw him again another day.
Okay. Were you ever able to identify who this person was?
No.
And later, I think you had learned that there was a second spotting of this individual, but that was something that Detective Jones followed up on, not you, if I'm correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The last thing I think I want to cover with you, a little out of order, I think it came before the March 2nd, but with respect to video surveillance evidence, at some point were you asked to canvass local stores for videos that might include bleach aisles during relevant dates and times?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, and if you need to refer to your report to do so, did you hit up a lot of stores?
I sure did.
Would you need to refer to your report to talk about all the stores that you looked at?
That would be helpful, yes.
Okay, that would help you answer the question.
Do you just want me to list off the stores?
Yes, if you could tell us what particular stores you determined were relevant to go try and get video from.
So we were looking for stores that were in close proximity to the Feldman home and that potentially could sell bleach. And so I checked there's an Albertsons. Do you want me to give the addresses or just tell you the stores?
You can just tell me the stores. Let me just ask you this general question so I don't know that the jurors would need every single address.
Okay.
Were these stores that were in relative close proximity to the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So we visited an Albertsons, Bash's, Fry's, CVS, 3 Circle K's, and a Walgreens.
And did you then obtain videos from each of those entities?
I did.
Did you get tasked with reviewing those videos or simply collecting?
Just collecting.
Once you collected those videos, what did you then do with them?
I would have impounded them at the FAC or at my office.
Okay, was there another detective that you became aware of that was asked to review these videos?
Detective Best was tasked with reviewing these particular ones.
Okay. And a little also out of order, but related to video collection, were you also asked to collect video from another resident, a person by the name of Mario Simrod?
Yes, he had reported that somebody had attempted to, I guess, gain entry into his home during the overnight hours, and his video picked it up. Like a person had walked up and checked a door handle, but I think it was locked, so they didn't make entry. He provided video of that, and so I did go out and collect that video as well.
Okay. And were you asked to look at that or just simply collect?
Well, I think he showed it to me, and so I collected it because that was such that wasn't like a 24-hour time frame. It was a specific incident, and so I did collect it.
Okay.
I'm sure he showed it to me as well.
Okay, and then you later impounded it, I think you said?
Yes.
Okay. And then final question I have for you, sir, is you mentioned you were in the home that one time on February 19th. And when I say the home, I mean Allison Feldman's home on February 19th to do the Cox security task that you were asked to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Around that time frame, prior to at any point, to your knowledge, had you ever had any contact with the defendant in this case, Ian Mitcham?
No, not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Okay. Cross-examination whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Detective Hiner.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk to you about the neighborhood and some of the people that you've already testified you talked to in this case. Allison's home backed up to an alley, correct?
Yes.
And her backyard was enclosed by a relatively low wall, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, people roaming through the alley would be able to see over her wall, correct?
People of average height, yes.
And there was nothing that would obstruct the view into her backyard.
I think she had some trees, but if I remember right, you could see between them.
Early in the investigation, Scottsdale Police was trying to determine how the perpetrator may have gained access to the property, correct?
Yes.
And because the alley, access from the backyard was considered a strong possibility, is it fair to say?
Yes.
Individuals known to frequent the neighborhood alleys would be naturally of interest to Scottsdale Police, correct?
Correct.
And that is because of how easy it would be to access her backyard from the alleyway.
Yes.
And in fact, this is what prompted your contact with the individual that you testified about, Raymond Borrero, correct?
Yes,
You received information that Mr. Borrero was someone that was known to roam the alleys and roam the neighborhood.
something like that. I don't remember the specifics.
He would hide in bushes.
I don't know about that.
Would it help to refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yeah,
Okay, if you could.
I just noted in my report that he had been involved in some behavior that was out of the ordinary, but I don't know the specifics. It refers back to a field information card, which I don't have.
One moment. Is your report date stamped at the bottom?
My report, yeah, the bold numbers at the bottom,
Correct,
233.
233. I believe the information I may be referring to may have come from a warrant. Do you have the search warrant that was obtained from Mr. Borrero in front of you?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Do you recall obtaining a search warrant for Mr. Borrero's DNA and clothing?
I know that I obtained one, but again, that was so many years ago. I don't recall the specifics.
But a search warrant was obtained to collect his DNA and clothing, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was that alley roaming behavior that brought him to your attention, correct?
what I noted in my report is that his behavior was atypical or out of the ordinary.
And he was someone that, at that time, you didn't have any physical evidence connecting him to the crime, correct?
Correct.
But he was someone that you needed to rule out.
Yes.
You also testified that you talked to Chad or Irwin, correct?
Yes.
And the reason for that was because he was living in a backyard shed and it wasn't very typical of the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
You also talked to Allison's ex-boyfriend, Jason Kellums, although you don't
Yes.
recall all the details.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified about Edward Pfeiffer, the UPS driver.
Yes.
A search warrant for Mr. Pfeiffer's phone records was also obtained, correct?
I don't know that I was responsible for that.
Okay. Are you aware if a search warrant was obtained or not?
Not to my recollection.
Bottom line is, at this point in the investigation, Scottsdale Police is trying to identify anyone who may have had access to Allison, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone who had access to her home.
Yes.
And then lastly, you testified about the video that was collected from Mr. Mario Simrod. And you have that report, right? Bates 235 in front of you.
Yes.
And that video, again, was in regards to a burglary, a residential burglary attempt, correct?
That's what the crime seemed like.
And the video was dated February 3rd of 2015, correct? And if you need to refer.
I'd have to check. Yeah, February 3rd at 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning. And the video showed a male subject approaching a door and moving the handle, correct?
Yes.
And that individual was wearing gloves.
I'll check. Yes, that's correct.
And like with the Politos video, that Allison's next door neighbor, you also took that video to that same agency, Rocky Mountain Information Network for Enhancement, correct?
Yes.
The video was also distributed to the media
Yes, as a potential burglar in the area.
in an effort to identify a suspect.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, nobody was ever identified from that burglary?
I'm not aware of anything coming from it.
One moment, officer. No further questions.
Okay. Any redirect?
I actually don't have anything additional.
Okay. Any questions from the jury for this witness? And seeing none, may this witness be excused, subject to recall. Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Good afternoon, sir. I'll have you come up to this podium right here and we'll get you sworn in.
Yep. Lieutenant Kevin Kwan, Q-U-O-N.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you.
Just for the record, Judges, state calls Officer Kwan. We do have a copy of your report marked as an exhibit. If you do need to refer to it, just let me know.
Perfect.
Just for the record, what is that exhibit number that's up there?
I forgot to do it. 20, I believe.
Okay, which was for the prior witness as well. Okay, thank you.
Officer, can you look at that green tag and confirm that it's exhibit 20 on that front of that binder?
20.
20.
Okay,
I apologize.
thank you.
We only have about 14 minutes, so I'm just gonna get started with you, okay? Could you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, hello, my name is Lieutenant Kevin Kwan, and I work for the Scottsdale Police Department as a police officer.
How long have you been with Scottsdale?
I just completed 18 years.
And what kinds of assignments have you had?
I originally started on patrol for about 3 years. After that, I went to the computer crimes unit as a detective until about 2018, when I promoted to sergeant, where then I worked patrol for a couple years. I then transferred to the public information office and was the PIO for the department for about 2.5 years. And then just about 2 years ago, I promoted to lieutenant, and I've been a patrol watch commander ever since.
And we heard, I think, from the prior witness that he's also patrol watch commander for a portion of the day anyway. Do you guys have similar jobs?
Correct, yep. I work the day shift, and he comes and relieves me for the night to evening shift.
Right. I want to focus you in on 2015, roughly. At that point, are you a detective with the computer crimes unit?
Yes.
And we've heard from a lot of different detectives and officers, but we haven't heard from anyone with computer crimes. So can you help me understand what makes that role unique?
Yeah, typically with computer crimes, we dealt with anything that has to do with digital forensics or digital media. For example, computers or phones or video, kind of anything in that time up to 2015 technology. We were somewhat the experts in our department, so we would learn about the systems, know how to forensically download them, do the analysis on them, as well as help officers and detectives in the field when they didn't know really how to understand something, maybe retrieving video from surveillance cameras, kind of that expertise wise. So we were kind of involved in all types of crimes throughout the entire department, from the simple shoplifts to obviously homicides and everything in between.
And to become a detective with the computer crimes unit, do you go through any different kinds of trainings than what we would have already heard about for detectives that go into, for instance, property crimes or violent crimes?
Yes, absolutely. So my background before I became a police officer was a senior IT consultant for an accounting firm. I also had IT background from college. So going into this detective unit, it was really IT specific. So from my background, I was able to really transition into the different roles and the different jobs that we would associate with, as well as certifications and trainings that we would attend. There's a basic training class that was 192 hours that we attended in Alabama, from the Secret Service would put on that class. And there's a multitude of specific computer, digital media related classes that we would attend in trainings throughout my entire time that I was back there and even previous before it.
As part of that 192-hour class, are there certain tests you have to take?
Yeah, there's it kind of breaks down to a 5-week process of this entire class where we were living there. You go to the most basic level, so you literally learn about binary and ones and zeros and all the stuff that goes into a computer and how it works. They taught us on a couple different. At the time, it was Ncase was one of the softwares. FDK was another software that does the analysis of the computers or the phones, so that we would be able to kind of understand what it's doing as it's processing through.
How long does it take? You mentioned there's a 5-week process for this class. How long does it take you to earn that certification that you ultimately get?
So that's just the basic class. Like that one class that we did was the 5-week process. So through all of that training, it gives us just that basic understanding of it. Multitude of other classes, and through our experience of doing different cell phones, computers, and different devices is kind of like how you learn and how to troubleshoot a lot of the stuff that will come up later on in different cases.
And I want to get to your role in this case, but perhaps since we only have a few minutes left, if you could just give us a little bit more broad information about what you do. You mentioned some programs that you use. So let's focus in. Well, how long were you in computer crimes?
I was in computer crimes from 2011 through 2018.
And during that time frame, does the technology advance?
Absolutely. So kind of industry knowledge bases, technology advances, it doubles every 2 years. So even in the time up to this point, which was 4 years, we're seeing extreme advances to even to now. So for example, back then the iPhone 5S was the good to go top model. We're on iPhone 17 now. So you can see the progression of how far we've come just in this short time period.
Perhaps can be hard to conceptualize, how fast things change, but you being in that computer crimes unit, you have kind of your ear to the ground of advancing technology?
Yeah, the good part about what we got to experience is every case is so unique. Think about how many cell phones there are out there. Think about how many different companies that produce computers and the tablets, and we got to experience all of it. So we got to learn from classes, some of the trainings would teach us specifically about some of the devices, but our interactions and our experiences with it allowed us to kind of be a little bit of subject matter experts when it came to learning about the new technology. For us to stay up on the times and be more advanced, we're constantly reading blogs, we're constantly reading where is this technology going to see how is it going to affect us, and we'll be able to get into some of the types of devices that we may encounter that may are passcoded, that may be stored in the cloud, that may be somewhere on a different server. So all of these things play into it, and we're constantly learning this advancement as we're going through our entire careers.
And in this case, did you utilize some of the software that you became familiar with during your training?
Yes, actually, a lot of them based on what we can go into, the different devices that I was able to process and analyze, plus utilizing some of the stuff that was stored in the cloud at the time.
Is one of the programs that you used in this case called Celebrate?
Yes, Celebrite is a company that specializes in cell phones. And again, let's go back 10 years and even before it. They kind of originated from when you used to take your phone into the Verizon store or the AT&T store, and you would transfer your data at that time. They kind of become the industry experts in data transfers because the companies would provide their data to Celebrite so that they had that seamless transferability. Well, they branched off into the government side to allow for us to be able to kind of not backdoor into phones, but utilizing a device so that we're not manipulating or changing any data that is on the phone, and it kind of takes a forensic snapshot or a bit by bit copy so that we can analyze it without manipulating or changing any of the original data. So that's what Celebrite is used. At that time, it was a small rectangular device that we would attach a cord to the evidence that we were trying to extract from.
Is Celebrite still one of the companies that is in use to extract cell phones?
I believe so, but again, I'm kind of a little bit removed from when I was originally back there, left in 18. But they also did have software. We'll talk about what's called Physical Analyzer, which is a software program that they created to analyze or kind of read the extractions that were done from the physical hardware on the device.
And since we have 5 minutes, can you tell us real quick? You said it makes this, I think you called it a snapshot of the device. So
Yes.
how are you, are you taking any precautions to ensure when you are taking this snapshot that nothing on the device is changed or accidentally modified?
Yes, what we do is we use a write blocker. And so what a write blocker does is doesn't, for better terms, allow any data to be written to the either solid state drive, or if you remember the old hard disk drives, any of the cylinders that were there, it stops data from being written onto it and allows us just to read the data, and it doesn't change the original evidence. And that's done by a couple of different ways. Like I said, the Celebrite itself has a built-in write blocker, so when we would connect the cord, it doesn't allow you to write it. When we do computers, we would connect the physical drive to a write blocker and then run a program at that time was called FTK Imager that would create a bit-by-bit software copy. We knew that it would verify that nothing was changed because it would run what we call a hash value, or a lengthy explanation of an algorithm to say there are no errors. What we saw at the first time is what it is at this time, and it can't be duplicated.
And so you tell us just a little bit more about the hash values and how that relates to the importance of ensuring the device hasn't been changed.
Right. So at that time, there was a hash value called the MD5 and also a SHA-1. And those files were, say you have any file created anywhere at any time. It would verify itself saying that this is this unique, gosh, I don't even know how, really, really long character code for it, that if it ever ran against a system that says, well, this same file is out there, then it would break it. Now, that happened I think they're up to SHA-256 now. So it's developing, again, with technology and with how many devices. Think about a computer or a cell phone, how many millions of images and millions of files that it goes through. At some point, you may run out of characters. So at that time, there was no issue, and it would verify that this was the original copy for this device that we're doing. And each device has, like I said, its own unique hash value.
And so the program, to make sure that sort of I understand, because I'm not getting lost in your testimony.
Sorry.
No, just to put it in a different way, if it makes sense. So the program creates this code, this series of letters and numbers, however long it is, that is unique to the exact way, the exact files and the zeros and ones that are on the device at that time.
Yes, that's why I said it kind of takes a snapshot. So if you think about at that time, that's exactly what the device or the drive or the files looked like, right? So what we do is once we create an image of these evidence files, we don't touch that image. It goes away. I do the analysis off of the bit-by-bit copy, because what that does is allow us to run analysis, do some type of carving, which we can talk about as well, and I never touch or manipulate or modify any of the original evidence. So it's a true copy of what happens from the device itself originally.
And just by way of example, if that device, if it's my phone and I make some changes, I delete some messages or something, and you were to re-image that exact same device, would that hash value then be different because
Yes.
something's been changed?
Absolutely right. So as soon as you open a phone, turn it off, touch an app, open a photo, change a message from unread to read, that changes the ones and zeros that are going on in the phone and would change the value of the hash.
It might be a good enough spot to stop, Judge. I'm going to try to move into the case at this
Okay.
point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for today. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Thank you again for your service, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. you.